Talk about guys, Idaho for a while. You know, it's up really and I always say, let's get to this show on the road. You know, hello, 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 everybody, and welcome. And please let me know if you can hear me okay. I saw somebody saying there were some issues with sound. I don't know what's going on. I'm tired of having all these sound issues. So if you would, please let me know if you can hear me okay. How do it sound? Welcome to you all again. Okay, thank you guys. And welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Great to see you guys. I hope you guys had a great night last night. Thank you guys that were here for joining me. And guys, we are having today I'll call it last Idaho show for quite a while. Unless, of course, something big happens, and you know how that goes. We've talked about it all, everybody. Those that have been sending emails and stuff, I'm trying to follow up your requests the best I can on this part, but we're done with it, guys. This is it. We've done a lot with it, guys, a whole lot. So we're going to be moving on to some other cases that, like I said, need some attention. It's not fair to just talk about one case repetitively, you know what I'm saying? Sorry. Over and over and over and over and over again until it's dead in the water. But the things we've been talking about, we've been having great conversations with. So, you know, that I'm not upset about it. I've had a lot of emails and voice messages left Can we talk about this? Can we talk about that? Can we move on to this and this and that? So and it's about the Idaho case. And I'm trying, guys. I'm doing my best. I promise you guys. But I think this is going to be, like I said, the last show for a little while at least, on Idaho until we can get some new info. Right now, we're kind of going over some older stuff that we didn't really touch on a whole lot, but we're still talking about it. You know what I mean? And I'm good with that. I've been enjoying these conversations a whole lot, a whole lot, guys. So everybody has been very respectful, polite, logical, commonsensical, all them ical words, igical, You guys have been doing great, and I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I love the conversation. So, but yeah, we're moving on to some new stuff here throughout the rest of the week and so on and so forth. I've been very much enjoying the panels we've been having. Cluminati and Cletus and Sarge and Willie. Everybody that has been jumping in here, I appreciate you so very much. The conversations have been amazing. Thank you, guys. All the meatballs in here, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for walking me and supporting me through everything that's happened. It's a new year, folks, and we're going to make it the best one we possibly can. This community is amazing and will continue to be amazing as we always have been. You are all so very much appreciated, and I love each and every single one of you guys for every bit of what you do for this community. Just being here, period. So thank you guys so very much. Right, Noni. That's that's a good point. Sorry, guys. There he is. There he is. There he is. So let's see who we got here with us today that's gracing us with their awesome presence. Looks like Natural Healing's in the house. Welcome back to you, the Truth Nation Uncensored. Willie boy, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. I don't care what happened, bro. Roll Tide roll. It is what it is. Moonlit baby, welcome back to you. Miss Kathy, home safe and sound after a holiday trip. Great to see you. True crime time is Salty's in the house. Great to see you, my dear. Thank you for joining us. That is an absolute fact. So many good true crime cases to cover. Bobby J, welcome. Good to see you. Rach, welcome back to you. Good vibes. Welcome back. Great to see you today. That's right, Willie. That's right. At least we got there wholeheartedly. Carrie Louise, welcome back, my dear. Good to see you. Teresa, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you so very much. Mrs. M, my wonderful friend, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Happy New Year to you, and God bless. Noni McPoppins in the house. Always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Good to have you here. Doodlebug in the house. What is going on, Duty? Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the one, the only amazing Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks, one of my amazing moderators, right along with Doodlebug. Thank you guys for being here today. Thank you for joining us. El Bariqua, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Great to have you here. Great to see you, Carrie Prajula. Thank you for joining us today. One Maiden Nut, my friend Eddie, and yours. What's going on, brother? Great to see you. Hope Floats, what's going on, Miss Val? Thank you for being here today with us. I appreciate you so very much. Brandy B in the house. What's going on, OG? Great to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Jessica Santiago, welcome to you, my dear. Thank you and Happy New Year. That goes to all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. Newman25, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Josie Joe's in the house. What's going on? Licking that like button every time she's here. I appreciate you so very much. And for the rest of you guys, if you will, please leave a little DNA on that like button for me. I do appreciate that so very much, and so does YouTube. It makes it work, guys. It gets us in that algorithm. We got 117 peeps in here already with only 52 likes. What is going on with that? Let's make it match if we can. Please, 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 guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, Cass, I'm sorry to hear about that. You're in my prayers and thoughts again. Got to get better. We're all getting sick. Thank you, Mrs. M, very much for that. Leslie Densely Watkins, thank you so very much for joining us again. And no worries, dear. We'll get it worked out. Judgmental, what is going on? Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Natural Healing, always a pleasure. Chris Doheny, what is going on, bro? I know, it just keeps happening. I don't know what. I wake up and it's dark again. What happened? What happened? It's weird. Benjamin Button syndrome or something. I don't know. It's weird. Firefly in the house. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here again. Let me see if I'm making sure I'm not missing anybody. Gary Epley, thank you for joining us. Got me stumped. Welcome back. Nat Cat, welcome back to you. Good to see you. My sound is such an issue for me. I hate it. Build me brand. Sorry about the intro, guys. I don't know why I did that. Thank you guys for joining us today. Welcome to all the meatballs. It's wonderful to see you all here again. I appreciate you guys so very much. Thank you for jumping in to the sauce and spilling some of that sauce with us today, as we do. Dakota Parker, welcome back to you. It's great to see you. William Tardy, same to you, brother. Good to see you today. All right, all right. Did I miss anybody down at the bottom? SRB in the house. Mrs. Kelly, welcome back to you. Thank you all so very much for being here, for supporting the channel the way that you do, and supporting me. You guys are awesome. Sooner Girl, great to see you. Tattletales, Carrie Louise, thank you for being here. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Wherever you are, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you all so very much. Appreciate you guys more than you know. Wonderful to see you, Mrs. M. I hope you're doing wonderful and happy. Happy New Year to every single one of you guys. I hope this year is the absolute best year you've had yet and does nothing but get better for you. Goodbye to 2023. It's all gone, folks. Washed up and out the door. We are moving on to a better and more prosperous year. That's a fact. And I'm doing it with you all, the most beautiful people, the most wonderful people out there. This community is amazing, and I love you all so very much, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Doodle. Yes, guys, if you'd like to jump into sauce, we've got quite a few new members, new subscribers here. I've seen quite a jump in that. I'm super, super impressed with that, and I am very appreciative. So if you any of the new subscribers would like to jump into sauce, become a member, that is how you do it right there. Yeah, join us in the sauce. Please do. Absolutely, Mrs. M. I'm getting through this whatever crap I've had, and I'm working, trying to get stronger with it, get better with it every day. But it's wonderful to see you here, my dear. It is. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much, Doodle, for that. Again, Tony Stevenson, good to see you. Not quite yet, my friend. We missed a whole year. How about that? That'd be crazy, right? Anybody that has donated to support the channel via these links right here, the Venmo, Cash App, and the PayPal, I want to thank you so very much ahead of time as well. That does pay the bills, pays the internet, pays for the StreamYard, pays for the YouTube Premium, all that fun stuff that keeps us rolling, guys. So thank you, thank you, thank you to anybody that has. It is definitely not expected, but more than appreciated, guys. From the heart, I appreciate you so very much. We're almost there, guys. 73 likes, 145 people. We can do this. Come on, come on. Let's do it. Proud Mary's in the house. What's going on? Again, good to see you guys. Thank you so much. Yes, we did, Newman. Time traveling all the way. Back to the future. What's going on, Doc Brown? Tattletale, thank you for that. It did go by. 2023 went by super quick, you guys. Super quick. Swear to God. I can't get past the fact that Christmas came and went already and it's a new year. Welcome, Emma. Good to see you. I was talking to Brandy, my wife Brandy, and I was like, what the hell happened? It was like literally, I've said this to you guys a couple times. Halloween a couple weeks ago, and we've already been here and through Christmas. What the hell happened? It's crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. Let me see something here. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. You know how it goes. Miss Teresa has been a member for a month. That's awesome. And congrats. Thank you for being part of this community, Teresa. We do love and appreciate that very much. Very, very much. Thank you. Andy Kane's in the house. Willie, check your mail. Andy Kane's in the house. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. Thank you, all the moderators, for being here and doing what you're doing. Coffee with the infused caramel syrups. What are we talking about down here? Oh, oh. That sounds so good. So good. It went by too quick. I'm telling you, Bobby. It did. What was I doing? Let me check something here, guys. Come on in. Give it a little time for everybody else to jump in. It's coming. And then we'll get things rolling. Duke's in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. And of course,
Phantasmic Ether, welcome.
what is going on, everybody? No notifications. That's not fair. Not fair. I'm so sorry about that. I wish I could make it happen. Oh, thank you so much, Teresa. And so are you for being part of this community. What's going on with Duke here? Duke, a member for 7 months. That is so very awesome. Congrats, and thank you for being again part of this community, Duke. We love and appreciate you so very much, my brother. So very much. Mama 4 UK, welcome. Good to see you. John Boy Cat, welcome back to you as well. And I am so glad to see that. I hope I can do that every day, Ether. And we appreciate you. Jackie Bushable, welcome back to you. Good to see you. You got a notification. That is, oh, wait a minute. No. We don't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Damn it. Hold on a minute. Sorry, Bobby J. 1 second. I got to fix. This thing is so touchy. Good Lord. Hold on, guys. I just bumped something. I was trying to click on something else, and this is what happened. I'm fixing it. That's the problem. This happens so easy. It's crazy. Come on. Where is it? Bear with me, guys. I accidentally blocked somebody, and I wasn't trying to at all. Where are ya? Where are ya? If you can hear me, Bobby J, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to click on something else, and my hand hit a slid off of my mouse, and it bumped onto something else. So my apologies. There it is. All right, you're free. Sorry about that. Jeez. All right, Bobby, there you go. So I'm so sorry about that. Good Lord. All right, we're good. Are you in back? Are you back? Okay, there you go. There you go. So sorry, everybody. Oh, did you fix it? Okay, thank you guys. I'm such a dum. Carolyn Miller, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Thank you, SRB, so much. Yes, fat fingers, 100%. My little sausages, the sausages. Forget about it. It's a fugazi. It's in the past now. Isn't that right? Forget about it. Tell him, Carolyn. Mm-hmm. You are absolutely right, Tattletales. I'm sorry, Julie. Welcome, Julie Dunn. Good to see you. A lot of people aren't getting them. It's crazy. YouTube is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They want us to do what we're supposed to do. You know? Sausage is in the sauce. That's right. Cold here today, guys. We got 171 peeps in here. We need 5 more likes, you guys, to get this out in the algorithm. Charlie Brown says, hit that like button. You got to make it happen, guys. We can do it. And so does Snoopy back there. All my toys. Good and gracious almighty. SRB in the house. Drop 5 memberships. Looks like Andy Kane was gifted. Tony Stevenson. Bobby J. Good vibes. Suzanne Seidel. Thank you so much, SRB, and God bless. Appreciate you so very much. That is awesome. So very awesome. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Who's talking about that? Who said something about snow? Don't be doing that over here. Come on now. Yes, and my Browns. Go Dogs. We are going to the playoffs, everybody. Hey, hey. Go Brownies, go. I am super excited about that. You have no idea. Tech Death Hippie, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I mean to say that every time I see you, and I just never get it out. Annie Ruler's in the house. What's going on, Annie? Good to see you. It is great to see you, Tech Death. Thank you for joining us, brother. You are very much appreciated. Good vibes in the house. What's going on? Tomboy Charm. Hey, hey. Good to see you as well. Rach, welcome back to you. And that's something else, guys, I want you to check because YouTube has had some issues. Taxi Slut 61. I love the name. Happy and blessed new year to you as well. And thank you for joining us. Make sure that you guys are still subscribed. I guess some people have been having problems with being unsubscribed from channels, not just mine, but others as well. So if you want to be, make sure that you are still subscribed because it's been happening without the subscribers even knowing. So make sure that that's working, guys. It's great to see you too, brother. Very much so. I'm a 4. BZ collecting in the house. What's going on? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. And if you will, guys, on your way in the door, please leave a little bit of DNA on that like button. We broke into the algorithm, guys. Legal or illegal. However we did it, we're there. 109 likes. We're out there. That's all we got to do. But you're more than welcome to keep hitting that button. Happy New Year to you as well, Build Me. Thank you. I got to tell you, I spent an hour on the phone with Washington court systems. So you can believe court systems. I believe you. I do believe you. Yes, it is awesome. We are out there in the algorithm, guys. Yay, yay. I hope you guys are having an amazing start to 2024. We are leaving 2023 behind us. It is now in the past, and we are moving into a better and more prosperous year for every one of us, I hope. Because we all deserve it, guys. We do all deserve it. Go Browns. That's right. Playoff bound, baby. Playoff bound. I hope to God we make it past the first game. That's all I can say. I mean, I don't know, Andy. I don't know. Anything is possible. I was going to ask that question myself. Has anybody heard from Brittany to know whether or not she's doing okay? She was saying she was in labor yesterday. I'm kind of curious to know if she's all right and how everything went. So if anybody has seen or heard from her, please let me know. Hey now. All right. One moment, folks. All right, guys. Scared myself with my own phone. That was my wife. She's getting ready to pull in. Where's my sticker go? What do you mean? What sticker, hon? I don't see. What kind of a sticker? Are you talking about like a super sticker or something like that? I don't see anything. If you were trying to send a super sticker, you might not have processed it. Oh, thank you, Heather. Heather B. Good to see you. I appreciate that. Brittany, there she is. Hey, I gave birth this morning at 9:42 a.m. First baby meatball of 2024. I just opened up my YouTube app. All right, Brittany, congratulations. We got a baby meatball in the house, everybody. That's awesome. God bless. I hope everything is healthy and happy and safe. That's amazing. God bless you, Brittany, and the new one. We got a new meatball in the house, folks. That's right. Welcome, baby meatball. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's amazing. That is amazing. I'm so happy for you. I was wondering about you last night, too. God bless. Congrats from everybody. Look at this. Yes, yes, yes. Baby meatball. Nothing but blessings and congrats. That is so awesome, Brittany. I know. I know. Same here. Same here, SRB. I miss my babies. Doodle says, please tell me you didn't name her Meatball. We nicknamed her Meatball. She's the mascot, you guys, for 2024. That's right. I'm so excited for you, Brittany. That's amazing. She was in labor for 24 hours. Oh my God. You need some sleep, darling. Definitely need some sleep. I'm sure she is too. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to step away for 1 second. I have to help carry some stuff in from the vehicle with my wife. AR is in the house. What's up, brother? And congrats from him as well to you and your family. Idaho University in the house. Thank you for joining us. Happy New Year to you. Her nickname can be Saucy Sis. And happy birthday to your second oldest. And I will be right there, guys. All right, all right. Sorry, guys. My amazingly beautiful wifey is home. LR, welcome. Good to see you. Again, congratulations, Brittany, on the baby meatball. Wonderful to hear. Pammy B, good to see you. Yeah, little Dago has hair. Thank you, Brittany. Let me see something here real quick. And then we'll get stuff rolling. Let me see. Sorry, I was muted. Sirius Black, good to see you. Thank you. That tree will be going down this week. There's the email, Britt, if you wanted to do that, dear. All right. Welcome, everybody. We got 196 people in here. We are in the algorithm, and we are flowing like water. Good stuff. Michael 007, good to see you. Tony G, welcome to you. I don't know, Heather. I'm not 100% sure. I was told there was, but I don't know. That'd be awesome. Tech Deck. 100%. I'd love that. Seriously. And that as well, brother. I appreciate it very, very much. Yes, absolutely, Idaho. Thank you. Starting tomorrow. Moving into some different stuff, different things. Moving forward. So, today, like I said, guys, we're going to be jumping into a. Excuse me. Sorry. Still fighting through that. Virtual walkthrough of the crime scene that is narrated by the PCA. It's narrated by somebody that's reading the PCA along with the walkthrough that we do. I thought it was quite interesting for everybody to be able to see it like this, because there's been questions, and we can stop and talk about it as we go. There's been questions about different things in the house during the the crime as it was happening. Welcome, Jane Bosch. Good to see you. So that is what part of what we're going to talk, and we're going to talk about the digital evidence as well. Hold on a minute, guys, and then we're going to do our typical where we jump up here and talk and see what goes down. What happened over here? SRB gifted 5 memberships. Yes, thank you for that, SRB. Again, I appreciate you very much. Did something else happen? Wisdom Speaks. What is going on? Gifted 10 memberships. Carrie Prashula, Brittany, D. Marie, A.R. Hayes, Natural Healing, Tech Death Hippie, Mrs. M, L.R., Combat Price, Sleuth Cat 77. Goodness gracious. What are you doing? Thank you so very much for that, Miss Carrie. God bless. That's amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Miss Carrie. I appreciate you so very much. God bless. Vicky Young, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing, Sherry. Thank you so much for that. William Tardy's been a member here for 5 months. That's amazing as well. Thank you, brother, for being part of this community. You are more than appreciated. Welcome to all the new meatballs. Welcome to the sauce, you guys. Wonderful to have you here. Jaylit, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Kyla Delilah, good to see you as well. I'm sorry, Brandy gifted those. Brandy B gifted those, not Sherry. I see how they did that. Okay, I gotcha. Thank you, Miss Brandy B. Again, very much appreciated. God bless, and thank you to the OG. She's been with me the longer than anybody. Brandy has been with me. Come February, it's going to be 2 full years that Miss Brandy's been with us. We love her to death. Thank you. Aunt Clara, welcome. Good to see you. Sandy Toes, welcome back to you. David Clayton, watching from the UK. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Excuse me. D. Marie, welcome and congrats on the new membership. It's great to have you here. We got a full house today, guys. I am excited, and it's great to see you all back. 203 peeps in here, the beautiful people. Thank you guys for joining us. So let's get this on the road. I think I have talked enough. You guys got to be tired to hear me. Give me a second here. I'm going to start with this. The footage we're going to be watching and reviewing today is from a creator by the name of Matthew Ellis, guys. We can drop a link for him. He does really good stuff. Okay. I've been watching his stuff for a while now, and I really want to show you guys this stuff. And if everybody could just check him out, subscribe, show some love, show that we appreciate the work that he puts in. He is in the description down there. Sorry, guys. So that's the footage of both these two videos that we're watching back to back here are from Mr. Matthew Ellis. He does great stuff, and I love it. So if we can check that out just to show some love, it's very much appreciated. Noni McPoppin's been a member for 7 months. That's amazing. Happy New Year's to you, Noni, and thank you for being part of this community. We love you very much so. All right, so this first video we're going to check out is kind of an introduction into the case that he put out for him, and I want to lead off with this one to show you believe it or not, there's people in here that still kind of don't know everything about this case. Believe that or not, it's hard to understand, but it happens. So I'm just going to give you an intro with this, and then we're going to move into the crime scene walkthrough. I'm sorry. And then we're going to talk about all this stuff after the crime scene one, because it's a lot of people have been asking for that one. To do kind of a timeline walkthrough with the crime scene, so on and so forth. So we're going to do that. And that one's really really interesting the way he did that. I like the way he put together these videos. He did a great job. Again, his name is Matthew Ellis. So we should show some love and go over there and subscribe. Tell him Dago sent you. And we're off, guys. Here we go.
Five college students would call this dwelling home in Moscow, Idaho. There they would have many parties and nights of joy shared in this home, shared on Instagram and shared on TikTok. Until the night of November 12th, which would not only leave this home, but the town of Moscow and the nation horrified. 4 of these college students would go out that night, come home, and arrive at their death. Zena Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Congalvez, and Madison Mogan. They would lay their heads in their beds and then be brutally stabbed to death, while the 2 remaining roommates would awake the next morning and alert law enforcement to a murder mystery that will not only shock you, but horrify you. Who would want to viciously stab these 4 young people to death? And more importantly, why? Are the lives we portray to live on Instagram that much of a lie? And are there darker secrets
Welcome,
that we
84.
keep from those that we love? In a world with so many phones, cameras, and internet sleuths, how could a killer get away with such a brutal murder? Kaylee and Madison were childhood best friends and practically inseparable. That night, they went to a local bar called Corner Club around 10 p.m. Meanwhile, Zaina and her boyfriend Ethan would attend a frat party at Sigma Chi, merely a walk away from the residence. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison can be seen getting food from a food truck, thanks to the owner who live streams on Twitch. The two can be seen here ordering food, inebriated, and then later hopping into a car and arriving at their residence at 1:56 a.m. Meanwhile, Ethan and Zaina arrive at the residence around 1:45 a.m. according to law enforcement. Their whereabouts from 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. are unknown to the public. The surviving 2 roommates also went into town that night and arrived at the residence around 1 a.m. Kaylee places several unanswered calls to her ex-boyfriend Jack. Madison calls Jack again from her phone 3 more times. Kaylee's dog Murphy was also in the residence. It is during this time, between 3 a.m. and 11 a.m., that the killings take place. The following morning, the 2 surviving roommates wake up and text their roommate Zaina. She does not respond. Fearing the 20-year-old, perhaps blackout from drinking the night before, call their sorority DD several friends, including Ethan's brother, to come over and make sure she's okay. They discover that Zaina's room is locked from the inside and place a call from one of the roommates' cell phone to 911, reporting an unconscious person. A police unit is sent out, and at that point, the officers on scene discover the deceased bodies of Zaina, Ethan, Kaylee, and Madison. Many details have been withheld by law enforcement to protect the integrity of the investigation. However, law enforcement and the prosecutor have gone back and forth between claiming it was a targeted event to a not targeted event, claiming at several times the killer targeted a single person, to then saying the residents may or may not have been the target. This has caused much outrage and confusion in the community, as law enforcement has no suspect or person of interest. The investigation is ongoing.
I love that I mute myself all the time. That's true. That is true. That is true. Thank you, Salty. Hey, Pen, good to see you. And all you guys that have been missing for a little while, it's wonderful to see you guys. Shelly, welcome back. Happy New Year. Woke up in 1984. I don't know if you heard me. It's wonderful to see you. And we have missed you as well. And thank you for that comment, Salty, because that's true. We do not know for sure. Now, this next one, guys, is like I said, it's a virtual walkthrough of the crime scene. A lot of people have been emailing me, asking me about that, so on and so forth. And I figured it's better to see it than to say it. Okay. A lot of people want to visualize the scenario as compared to just me talking about it. Okay. And I agree with that too, Julie, in some senses. There are some assumptions and some liberties that were made And again, everything that is out right now, you have to call it speculation because we don't have anything more than what we have in the PCA. This is being narrated along with the PCA. They're following the PCA as they're narrating this and walking through the crime scene itself. So that'll be interesting. That's true too, Penn. There's a lot of strange things that have happened in Idaho that we need to look at. It's okay, SRB. I'll find it. I'll throw it in the description. Another good question, Willie. We're going to talk about this stuff after we walk through this. Is today your birthday, Bombshell? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? You clarify that for me. You know what's going to happen. Greg McNeely, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. That's right. All right. So let's get this one kicking. It definitely had some speculation. Absolutely. As do most of the things that we talk about, guys, because we don't have absolute facts on a lot of it. It is. Oh my goodness. Okay. 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 All right, Bombshell. You know, you asked for it. Sorry. I can't help myself. I have to do it. And then we'll move on. Happy birthday, Bombshell. Once again, we got a birthday and a new baby and a new meatball baby in the house. That is awesome. What a great day. Great day. All right. I hope you have an amazing day today, Bombshell. The best day you possibly can have. Happy birthday to you. Oh, I'll get it. I'll get it caught up, SRB. No worries. Thank you guys for wishing Bombshell a happy birthday. CR's in the house. What's going on? You are welcome. So very welcome, Bombshell. Please have the best day possible. Moving back to this. Okay. Now, this, again, is pure speculation that as we always have said, okay? This video is going to do like a virtual walkthrough of the crime scene narrated via the PCA. And then, like I said, we're going to open it up. We're going to talk about it. Okay, Penn. That's what mine's coming up next November. I just hit 49 this November, so no big deal. 50 is the new 25 as far as I'm concerned. All right. And let me know if you guys have any audio issues. Let me know if there's any audio issues, please. Hey, Crystal.
Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Zaina's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Zaina Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased, with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Chapin was also deceased, with wounds later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez's room. I later learned from review of Officer Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast.
Now, as we can see with this, guys, just to reiterate some stuff we've talked about in the past, we're standing right now from the point of view from Kaylee's bedroom, walking out of her bedroom, going towards Maddie's bedroom right there, okay? Just to reiterate, because this is the questions that people have been sending me. Hey, Chad, good to see you. Appreciate you, brother. So these are the questions that have been being asked as well. So we're walking out of Kaylee's bedroom, coming into the hallway. There's a bathroom there, like it says. To the right here, this room here, that's Maddie's bedroom. So going along with what we talked about, it's possible that that's even partly how this happened. So we'll talk about that after the fact, but
Corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds.
so this is how the bed was set up in the room when this went down. From what, as we're to understand, I'm guessing that Maddie was here. Kaylee ended up over here, okay? So that way you're getting a visual picture of this. This is what a lot of people have been telling me they don't understand and they would want to know. That's why we're doing this today.
I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door.
Now, just to explain this again, okay? If we back this up just a tinge so that you can see it clearly. Hold on. I'm going to venture to say, because this is another question that's been asked too multiple times. If Kaylee's here at that point when they found her, to see the sheath, if Maddie was on her back, the sheath would be here, okay? If she was on her stomach, it would be over here. But we don't know that. So that's why, again, we're explaining this like this. Okay? Just to give everybody the heads up on that, so that you can visually see what it would be like, and where it could be. That's true. Anyone that's new to this case needs to hear this stuff because they're only hearing the one side. That's fact. Thank you, Salty.
What appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar USMC and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
Now, I want you guys to see this as well. That point of view right there. Okay, if you're coming from upstairs right here, yeah, I'll put the link in here. No problem. If you're coming down these stairs, okay, this would be Dylan's bedroom right here, where she saw this person leaving, okay? That's where the supposed footprint was and all that stuff, heading into her bedroom. So there's your point of view for that scenario as well, okay? So if he's coming down the stairs, going past there, it's kind of strange if you think about that. The point of view that she described. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just giving you guys that perspective of it, okay?
Profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath.
And this is where, according, this person walks right on past and heads towards that slider door. They never said that person left through those doors, but that's the direction she saw him walking in. Him or her or whatever, okay? There's no, don't be afraid to ask questions. That's what needs to be done, Idaho. If you have any questions, please ask them. Because if any answers that we have, we will definitely give you the closest to the truth that we have to give on those for those answers, okay? That's the problem, is that people are afraid to ask questions and then they just assume certain things and then it ends up being misinformation, and we don't want that, guys. Nobody wants any of that out there, okay? We try to make it as close to the actual truth as we possibly can based on what we know. Welcome, Viv. Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my thought. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Salty. Please ask if you have a question. If you have any kind of a question and we know an answer to it, I would rather you ask a question than just assume something or just go with something that you've been told by something else. That's all. That's what the whole point is, guys, is to bring it correct. Bring it without the misinformation and bring it with as much truth based on what we can gather from the PCA and stuff like that, okay? That's what it's all about. Welcome, Viv. Good to see you again. If you look at that, it says confirmed intruder's entry exit point. Now, I don't know if he got that information 100% to say it's confirmed. That's kind of what we were told as well. I'm not going to take that for being a confirmation until we get to trial. That's my opinion. Illy Main, good to see you, says, in my opinion, there's no way that he didn't see her. As much as she said she saw his bushy eyebrows in the dark, that's pretty close encounter. I agree with that. There's I imagine that he should have seen her, in my opinion. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to fix something here real quick. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Thank you, Brandy, for that as well. All right, guys, I'm going to back this up a little bit. All right, I'm going to leave that sit there. Put the link in the chat here. Hold on a second, folks. Actually, let me pull this down for a minute. Let me pin this. And we're up. All right. All right. Now we can sit and talk about this. We can ask questions. We can work through this. Whatever you guys want to do. So the link is in the chat. Come on up if you want to join me and we can do that discussion. What's up, Gordon? Good to see you. Gordon says the house was lit up from all the Christmas lights, etc. You can see on early photos of the house. Right. Come on up, Eddie. What is up, my brother? It's been a minute.
Happy
Good
New
to see
Year
you.
to you.
Same to you. Same to you, brother. Hope you're having a great start to your year.
Of course.
Good to see you up here today. Harlotte Oscara, welcome. Good to see you.
It's been a while since we've spoken.
It has. It has. I understand why. No worries.
That's all right. I'm all right.
It's been a little packed up here for the past
That's
few
okay.
times. So.
You know, your panels are packed with very intelligent, well-spoken people, and it'd be hard to add anything to their conversation. They have it figured out.
You can always add something. Everybody always wants to hear what you have to say.
You know, you were taking us through that virtual tour right there, and I wanted to point out that the kitchen view has something odd about it. If you look at the right angle on the wall, the outside window to the left of the slider is not in line with the wall that the slider is on.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me pull it back up. I was going to leave it up anyway. That way we could discuss it while we were going through it.
So that is not a virtual, I mean, it's a close replica of the kitchen, but it's not a virtual kitchen of that house with that error.
Oh, right. No, I can agree with you on that. Hold on a second. Bring it back.
And I also wanted to agree with you on the confirmed entry point. That is not a confirmed entry point. That is a rumored entry point.
Right. That's what I said too, which I was a little bit suspicious of that, how it was confirmed to him, but you know, it is what it is. I think a lot of people believe it's confirmed because it's been talked about so much, and we have not yet had a confirmation on that, you guys, just so you know. To clarify what Eddie's saying, you know, and I don't think there's going to be an actual full-fledged confirmation until we hit trial, if even then, because you know, how do they know? You know what I mean? So yeah, once we get to that spot. Good morning, Bonnie. Good to see you. Or good afternoon. I'm sorry. And Jesse, good to see you guys. Yeah, like Salty said, it is not confirmed. Lynn 69, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. We were just asking about you this morning. Iris Hewlett, welcome back to you. Sorry, Eddie. Let's get down to that point there as they're going down the stairs. Into the kitchen area. Come on. Yeah, I think this is reversed, is what I think it is. Okay, there we go. All right, buddy. So you're saying that right here is
so let's, yeah, if we can walk into that room just a little further.
Okay. Is that better?
Yeah, so there's the slider. Now, if you can rotate the camera to the left, you see how the window looking outside to the left of the slider.
Yeah. I don't
There's a
think
right angle on that kitchen wall. The slider, right after the slider, this virtual inside of the kitchen view depicts that right after the slider, then the outside wall of the home does a right angle turn to the inward. But if you were like looking at the body cam during that noise complaint, and you could see from the outside of the house looking at the exterior of the home, you would see that's a continuous wall. You know, the slider all the way to the end of where the deck ends near the tree line by the road. It's a continuous straight wall.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense? I mean, there were this window.
Yeah.
Yep, that window with the horizontal division midway there to the left of the slider, that would be looking like into the storage closet underneath the steps.
It's not angled like that. Like Salty says that. Yeah, I see you, Janice. Welcome. He's saying that the angle is wrong, but the kitchen has the angle in the kitchen, right? So, like, I remember standing when they did the noise complaint from the outside. You can see there was a big speaker sitting here, but that wall goes straight back further than that. It doesn't have that angle on it, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Makes sense. And it is not, I guess, 100%, right?
It's a small matter, but it's a detail that's important to point out nonetheless, because if there's error, then
absolutely,
is this the only place, you know, this virtual tour, is this the only place in the home with an error?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, because when we were looking upstairs, I was wondering the distance between the rooms, like on the third floor, between Kaylee's room to Maddie's room, with that bathroom being there, so on and so forth. Hold on a minute. Let me go see what this question is that Janice is asking up here. Hold on a minute, Janice. I'm going back. Hold on. Welcome, Zanita Anquitz. Do we know which way Dylan's door opened? If so, it would tell whether she saw his face or the back of his head. That's a good point, Janice. And Courtney, welcome to you as well. I think the door opens inward, like towards the inside of the room. That's my thought.
I would agree.
I've not seen many homes that the doors open out. Okay. Even on older homes, they all open inward. That's my thought. And I'm pretty sure we talked about that before. Salty says it opens inward too. So there you go, Janice. You're welcome. Absolutely. And that's what this is about, guys. Ask the questions, as many as you need to. We've all been so far into this. I think we have quite a few answers. I know Eddie has a lot. I have a lot. Salty has a lot. There's quite a few of us that have a lot of answers to a lot of questions, because we've looked so deeply into this. But yeah, I agree, Eddie. There's very possibly other issues that may not be 100% correct and accurate in this, which unfortunately, without being inside the house, is not going to be possible.
One of the things that makes discussion of this Idaho case so challenging is that we don't have any information, and the information that we do have, a lot of it is misinformation.
That's right.
I made a short list, and this is not to criticize
No.
content providers, video that you're sharing here. Nothing like that, but I made a short list of the rumors or the misinformation possibly as we were going through it. He mentioned or he or she mentioned the 3 a.m. to 11 a.m. time of the killings. Well, that is what we're led to believe, but who's to say that there was not two different times? There was two that were deceased earlier than 3 a.m. and then they waited for Maddie and Kaylee to arrive, and then they passed, after 2:52 a.m. Right?
Yeah.
We don't know that. And
right.
Another one is Xana's door was locked. Well, where does that arrive from? Where does that information?
When he states that it's locked from the inside, we kind of got that because we were told. I want to say that it came from Drunk Turkey Show, and if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me.
Yeah, it is Banfield, right?
I do believe so. Yeah, that it was locked from the inside, which is why one of the reasons why they had contacted Hunter Johnson to kind of push the door in, but we're not 100% backed on that, folks. That's one thing we got to understand.
And I have notes on that whole, Ethan's best friend thing. You heard me in the past talk at length about that and my feelings on that. The law enforcement here has done nothing to help this, but only to add to the misinformation. They're using others as a mouthpiece to disseminate this. Whatever information we get, well, not all of it necessarily, it's law enforcement themselves that have largely put out a lot of this misinformation.
Yes.
So you can't say sources, right there. You have to immediately dismiss that. That is nonsense and it is unacceptable. You cannot say sources. Sources can't be anonymous.
That's right.
No one can have sources. So when they're saying it's Ethan's best friend that did this and called, made the 911 call, then if law enforcement is putting out the misinformation and they're using others' voices to put out information, then you have to assume that the information that is being put out by others through these sources is misinformation.
Yes, sir.
We have to believe, for whatever reason, we have to believe that it's Ethan's best friend that did this. And then, of course, we built that. We built the fact that it was,
right.
HJ, right? We did that on our own. And the benefit of that, by having, when you want someone to believe in their mind some misinformation, you don't tell them it, because it's easy to be a naysayer and to challenge it. What you want to do is let out a little clue. And people by nature, they love to solve the problem. They love to work at trying to, be the first to get it right. So
right.
And then good luck separating you from that new truth, because you invested your time and energy and you have pride in that. So we solved it. It's Hunter Johnson, right? But now that becomes the new truth, but it is absolutely misinformation. Beyond that, it's a lie. It's a right out lie. What benefit is it that we believe it is Hunter Johnson? Well, it's not so much that we believe it's Hunter Johnson. More importantly, just you go ahead and believe whoever it is you want to believe it is, so long as you don't get closer to understanding the truth of who it really is.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That absolutely makes 100% sense. Real quick, I didn't realize that back wall was off like that until Eddie pointed that out. I looked at this beforehand thinking that this was, because we did a virtual tour of this twice before, and it matched up for the most part. I did not realize that though, so my apologies if this is off. So take it for what it is. And my apologies on that. Can you reiterate what you were just saying, Eddie? I think Salty's a little bit lost with what you were saying.
It's on the record.
Sorry.
Let's see if I can do that.
The last part, I think, where she says believe what, with what you were saying.
Let's see if I can read her comment first to help myself understand what we're wanting to know. Which comment? Can you highlight the comment?
I did. It's on the screen. She said believe what at the end there, where you were saying believe believe in what you were talking about.
Well, we're supposed to believe that Ethan's best friend made the 911 call.
Okay, yeah.
But they never said who Ethan's best friend is. And
Right.
we are the ones that surmised, we put that together. We kind of figured that out on our own through, what we do. We'd
Well,
like to solve the problem.
In the beginning, I will say this. In the beginning, we were told that Hunter Johnson was Ethan's best friend with the memorial and things like that. It was just word of mouth for different things. Okay. So I think that's how that was surmised in that sense. But then I think I want to say it was the Banfield scenario, like you said, that came up. She did that. And then there was talk, I think it was from Daniel, um, when he had a conversation with Christy, about part of that scenario. I do believe, guys, if I'm wrong, fix me, or correct me. I'm all about the constructive criticism. But I think that is where that came from, Eddie, initially.
Sure. And prior to that, let me add to that. Prior to that, the interview with Ethan's parents.
Yes.
Notice that Hunter, coincidentally, Hunter, the brother of Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he wasn't on camera, but Hunter, during that interview, considers himself Ethan's best friend.
Yes.
So predating Hunter Johnson at the memorial speaking, we have, Ethan's best friend being Hunter, Ethan's brother.
Right.
Hunter Chapin. So notice that. And then, so we have two possible Hunters that could be Ethan's best friend. And again, it doesn't matter who we believe in our minds, who is Ethan's best friend. That doesn't matter. You can believe it's, David, DL if you want. I don't care who.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to any of these people trying to deceive us. Who you believe, you go ahead and believe whoever it is you want to believe, so long as you don't keep wondering who it really is, right?
Right.
We're never going to learn, by the way, who made the 911 call. And that's what's important.
Agreed. I don't think we will ever know. During the trial, I have a tendency to believe that that's probably not going to be something that they focus on. So I do feel that way.
Yeah, and if it is, I don't think it's going to make the, the video feed, the live feed.
Yeah, no, I agree. I kind of feel that somebody said something about information from the parents are considered what on this channel. I mean, I'm going to say that that's got to be information that we get from the parents. I have to go with being factual information for as far as I'm considered. That I wouldn't imagine that they would say that if it wasn't. You know what I mean? They are closer to anybody else other than law enforcement with this. So I remember hearing about Hunter J pushing the door open. That's what I thought too, Jesse. Thank you. I was pretty sure that's where that came from as well. But anyway, go ahead.
That is possible, Jesse, because of the phone call that Daniel had with Christy.
Right. Yes, sir.
But I've never said this, and I'm not here to say anything against Daniel at all.
Yeah, right. I got you.
But okay, so here we are. I should say something. All right, let's say that you're a content creator, you're a journalist, right?
Yes.
And somebody wants to use your platform to disseminate some information, to share something. Then you, as that news agency or as that content creator, should say, well, all right, I can't, this is my brand. I can't really tell them what you said, okay? We have to figure out a way to do this. If you're camera shy, then we'll just get your voice. let's work through this, see how we can figure this out. Kind of like, they did the Letitia Stout interview, recall that, how he worked through it. Like, she didn't want to be on camera. And he's like, well, what if like the camera was behind you and it was pointing at me, and then you wouldn't be on the camera, but but you're being recorded saying, is that going to work? And she accepted those terms. So similar to that. So like because
Gotcha.
you can't just say what someone said.
Oh, right. I know what you're saying.
That doesn't work.
I understand completely what you're meaning.
I know it puts us, it's not fair to us. It puts us in a really bad spot when you do that. You can't do that.
It has in the past. Yes, I agree.
That is not responsible journalism. I'm sorry. You just can't do that. It adds to the fog, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. I agree. That has been, in a lot of senses, what the problem's been with some things.
Christy should have then, they should have said, well, we just can't go there. Or, Christy, you're just going to have to say it yourself with your own words and be on the record of saying it.
I see. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you mean. And at this point, like I said, guys, anything that we have talked about from day one is on the basis of, alleged speculation, period. Because we have not personally spoken to anybody ourselves. There have been things we've heard, yes. And I myself personally, until we get to the date of the trial and we sit and listen to word for word what is said during the trial, that's when I'm going to take any of and all of that for being what it is, period. That's gold to me in that sense. And that's why I try to stick to as much of what the PCA gives, because that's the only real truth that we have been given. Okay, whether people like it or not, there's a lot of the PCA that I have a few issues with. Okay, but we still have to take it for what it is for right now. So, but I know what you're meaning by that, Eddie. 100%. I think other people were a little confused, but I think it makes sense. I know what you mean.
So here's something that I wanted to share also. So Kana Whitworth of ABC News reported that Stacy Chapin said that her son and his friends were first discovered by a classmate.
Mm-hmm.
So when she's speaking of her son and his friends must mean the three other victims. This is how that makes sense.
Yeah,
so again, she said that her son and his friends were first discovered by a classmate. Notice it's a classmate. So who is a classmate? Does class mean that you're sitting in the same study hall, taking the same course, or is a classmate someone in the same, like, graduating class? Right? We don't know. But it's an interesting question because it's phrased classmate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the source on that, by the way, I can't find the original source on that. Okay. But the way I found it, the source does exist. It's at the 14-minute, 20-second mark of Truth and Transparency's video titled The Idaho 4, Episode 1, The Timeline.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know, just so it's on the record if anybody wants to look at that.
Gotcha.
But I couldn't find the original source. So right there, it's the bodies were discovered by a classmate, and that's from Stacy Chapin early on. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I have I think
And
that's no.
I think that's
November.
just a blanket statement, as in as somebody that goes to the school with them. That's how I took it.
So I think November 29th is. It's just written in my notes. That's going to be probably the date of the posting of that TNT video. I don't think November 29th. So whenever Kana Whitworth of ABC is saying this, then that would have been prior to November 29th. Maybe
Gotcha.
it's talking about that November 15th Stace, Chapin interview on King 5 Seattle. Maybe it's in there. I'd have to revisit it.
Okay. No worries. No worries.
So I was watching last night. I watched about half of your program. Then I got a phone call. But that green car, we didn't spend a whole lot of time looking at the broadside view of it. More like just the front, the front grille of it, with the rest of the vehicle cut off. I'm pretty sure that's an Elantra.
Yeah, I think we all come to that conclusion too.
Yeah, there's no way that's a Ford. Some are thinking it's a Ford or a Chrysler 200. It's neither one of those.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an Elantra. I mean, but it's like it's a year later at this point, and at that point, like there's not much, in my opinion, basis to that vehicle at this point either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's not important to anybody else. I'm just saying it after a year's worth of time, and it's poof, there it is. You know what I mean?
And now Keith is right. Keith is saying Lana caught that car in October. I believe he's right.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, she had something about it back then. I remember that. For sure. So, but there's no reason to bend over backwards and go crazy about this car, guys, at this point. At least in my opinion, because we're a year in. What's the basis and the point to it? You know what I'm saying? It was a little creepy. That when I have to say that was a little weird seeing the way it did its thing, but at the same time, I mean, it's somebody that lives there, so yeah. Salty said Lana caught every Elantra in town. I can believe that.
Well, no matter what, even if it is the actual car and they have, I mean, that's not a natural Hyundai color for that car. So it's been either wrapped or it's been painted.
I was going to say yesterday that it looked like it was wrapped because I was looking at, that's not a stock color. Okay. Not at all. Mark B definitely showed me a photo of that car in the fall, parked at Queen Road. Yeah, it's not, that's what I'm saying. It wasn't suspicious to me either. It just so happens to be an Elantra. And I was thinking about the whole thing yesterday about it being wrapped. So the basic, the stock color of it, who knows what it is, but that's definitely not. It's kind of like a metallic pea green, maybe mint green color. So I don't even know how to, not mint, but like a pea green color. That doesn't, you don't see those colors too much with that vehicle. I haven't, at least. So I'm not sure what it pertains to, but it doesn't draw my suspicions at all. So that's what I'm saying, Noni. I think it's a wrap, not a paint job. Welcome, Lisa. Good to see you, dear. I found a 2013.
Thank you. Hello. Good morning. Well, morning here.
Morning to you. Yeah, judgmental. You can if you'd like to. Hold on a second. There is the email address, and boom. All right. So what? Welcome, Avery. What do you think? He's in here. Willie's in here, Avery. What else do you think there with that, Eddie? Or with anything else?
Well, I think that covers anything, that I have, but I can just kind of hang out if there's anything along the discussion that I can contribute to it. I'll let someone else have the floor.
Well, thank you, sir. Always a pleasure to hear you, and you're always welcome to hang out as long as you like. And that goes for all of you guys. Lisa, welcome to the panel. Wonderful to have you here again.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else that is interested in popping up here, come on up. Clue or Willie or whatever else, anybody that would like to. So what is your input, Miss Lisa? Or do Do you have anything in particular, or?
Yep, I still go back to my theory the other day.
Oh yeah, I brought that up actually the other day about the whole with the black clothing and all that kind of stuff, and it's definitely an interesting theory for sure. And it
That is
makes
the only way I can understand why nobody screamed, nobody ran, nobody got away, that they waited the 8 hours, that the vague description, and why they're so scared to come back.
makes sense. It makes full throttle sense. Welcome, Vicky. Good to see you. See through
And
fest.
every time, sorry, Joe, every
Yeah.
time you hear, like when they pulled them people up at Banfield, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, if you remember, they said when they put the torch on them kids to me anyway, and they said, why didn't you come over? Oh, we thought you were fake.
Mm-hmm.
That is, I don't know how many times I've heard that from Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be a running theme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Why?
that's a good question. That's a good question. I wish that we could get some answers to those types of questions. Those are the questions that people are asking. Why does this go down? Why do these things happen in Moscow? Why did this happen in Moscow? What's up with this? What's up with that? Those are the questions that a lot of people would like to have answers to. I agree, Lisa. And I wish I could. I wish I could. What goes on that these things happen? You know what I mean? That's a huge question. Her theory, a couple people are asking. Her theory, we spoke about it. It's okay. You can explain it if you'd like to, or I will, whatever you would like.
Okay, my theory was that either one or two dressed up as policemen.
Yeah.
And got into that house, went into the girls' room. I still reckon, like Joe, that they were in separate rooms, but nonetheless, even if they were in the same room, if somebody was dressed up as policemen, got into their room and they woke up, which they weren't asleep anyway, according to the PCA, they weren't asleep if you go by their timeline, but if they got into their room and said, look, we're here, stay in here, you've been robbed, or they're unaliving the others out there, we're here to keep you safe, etc., etc., that would have kept them calm. They're not going to fight them, they're not going to run off, they're not going to scream thinking they're legitimate police. And then, of course, they're unalived. The same with Xana and Ethan. Considering Bethany heard, I'm here to help you, I couldn't imagine somebody that was unaliving 4 people stopping to say that, even to try and keep them calm. The only way I can imagine that is somebody dressed up as somebody that is actually would look like they were there to help them. And for a male to not fight back, yeah, it is the only way to me it fits. Now, if the other girls were threatened by what they thought were police, who would you call? Are you going to call the police and say this happened? No, you won't. You'd actually call your mates, exactly what they did.
Right. That makes sense. It does. Like if you think that the people that are in your house are possibly police, you're going to hesitate to react a certain way. I agree with that. And being that it's stated in the PCA that this person is dressed in all black or clad in black, I had, when that was brought up, I said, that does make some sense, Janice, I do not know that. I'm sorry. But yeah, I can agree with that. That would make me hesitate to react a certain way. If somebody claims that, and that goes along with that whole "don't worry, I'm here to help you" thing, And Clue says she's not convinced Ethan didn't fight back, but I agree with that too at the same time, because I don't know. We don't know that didn't happen. But at the same time, that theory does make some sense. It does.
But if Ethan fought back, and this is no, please don't think I'm being sexist, people. If Ethan fought back, being as big as what Ethan was, are you telling me them other two girls wouldn't have heard that? That in the meantime, while Ethan was fighting back, that Xana wasn't screaming?
Right. Yeah. That's another good point. That's why I struggle with what Dylan's statement states that she heard. It's very hard to believe that she didn't hear more than what she's stating. And I don't believe it. I don't. I believe that she heard a lot more than she's claimed. Maybe it's just not in there. I don't understand why if it isn't, but I just feel that there's a lot more to it.
And it might not be in there, but going by what is in there, I mean, your brain has to go, you didn't hear anything other than a dog. You thought Kaylee was playing with a dog and somebody saying, I'm here to help you.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Clue
which, by the way, would tell you whoever did this was very calm, I might add, to utter them words.
Yes, ma'am. That is true. And I agree with that, Salty, too, that Dylan's the reason why this case has had shade cast on it. I do wholeheartedly agree on that one. That and then the gag order has caused a lot of issues, in my opinion. I really do believe that. But yeah, you're right, Lisa. I agree with you on that too. It's all very touchy per se. At that aspect of it, really do think that in a lot of ways.
And I do apologize. I'll correct that. Wasn't Bethany. It was Dylan. I do apologize.
No, it's okay. I knew what you meant. I think everybody else did too. No big deal. We're allowed to make mistakes. Oh, I thought she was coming up there.
Give me a break. I just woke up about.
Yeah.
Just after you started, I woke up.
It's quite all right. It's quite all right. There she is. There they are.
That's my bad.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Welcome, Clue and Colitis. Anyone new to this case will get lost in the weeds, and that's the state. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. Where are we at here?
So, Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, last night we tried to go to bed, and our mating ritual now includes an hour first of talking about this case. Then we can go to sleep.
You don't have to share that.
Fiance last night was like, what she heard, it's okay, I'm here to help you. If there was more than one person involved, say one person is like, oh, shoot, there's a dude in there. There's two people. One's a dude.
Okay.
The other person might be like, it's okay. I'm going to help you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Because he may not be able to take on Ethan and Xana, right? Or if they're awake and they weren't expecting them to be, at that point, you would have a problem. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Say that again, because there's a couple of people I saw in chat that didn't quite catch that. Rephrase how you said that again real quick.
Me?
Yeah.
So say there were two people who did this, right? The one person goes and sees Xana and Ethan are either awake or Ethan is there. There's a guy, right? And so maybe they're a little I can't. And the other person is like, it's okay, I'm going to help you.
So not even relating to the victims, for those of you that didn't catch that they're talking and the two people that could be responsible for the attacks are talking to each other.
Right, right.
That's a good point. That's something that maybe that nobody has ever even thought of, because you don't know if there are more than one. If there is more than one person in that house, they did have to communicate at some point, I'm sure.
Well,
So,
I mean, they have more DNA than one person. You know what I mean?
yeah, I agree. Very much so. Thank you, SRB, very much. So yeah, that does make some sense. One can't do his job, so yeah, there you go, Salty. One can't do his job, so Big Boy stepped up. Good point.
Well, I mean, even if you were a dude, right? Like if you walked in that room with both Ethan and Xana, and
Mm-hmm.
here's the kicker, right? I kind of feel like, especially if you knew the two of them, because Xana to me seems like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a spitfire.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Hi.
Oh, welcome, Erica. Hold on one moment. It's okay. Yeah, go ahead, hon. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Xana seems like she would be, or would have been 100%, like, jumping on a situation like that to defend herself and her boyfriend.
Right.
I can't imagine she'd have backed down and just sat there like, no, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. So that's a good point. And these are the it was even stated, you're right, Duke, that Xana was an alpha female. I agree with that too. So yeah, that makes wholehearted sense there. Bad cup, right. Yeah, I gotcha. Is Cletus with you today, or are you by yourself?
He's working, so I'm alone.
No, I gotcha. Yeah, that's a good point. I've never heard or even thought of that like that for a moment. Interesting. Very interesting. And like I said, guys, these are the things we don't know. And we're supposed to go with the PCA and the things that are stated in there, whether we like it or not. Like I said, Swiss cheese or whatever you want to call it. What's up, Matt? Good to see you. We still have to go with it. As I was explaining to Brian yesterday, we have to use that because it's all we have. And we have to try to make sense of what we have with it and do the best we can. And those things, my biggest thing I've told you guys time and time again is the statement from Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been able to accept it. So, so I leave it at that. Anyway, let me fix this here. And again, welcome, Erica. What can we do for you today?
Hello. I was just I'm just got a lot, I'm just kind of listening right now and I'm trying to figure out what I want to say.
That's okay. Take your time.
Yeah. I just didn't know if there was any solid proof so far that the police have been corrupt in any way. I know there's a lot of speculation, but we haven't any proof yet, do we?
The only thing, like I stated just a few seconds ago, the only thing I think we have that's any kind of proof is whatever's in that piece.
Update. Yeah. Okay.
That's it. And I wholeheartedly feel, me personally, that we're not going to get any proof whatsoever, folks, until we hit that trial. That's me.
Right. I believe that. Yeah. That's something. Huh. So do you think that trial will really happen at that time? I mean, is there any way it can change or?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of things that can change. I think the trial has to happen. In my opinion, It needs to happen. It really needs to happen. And I think most everyone here agrees with that. That way we can see both sides of the story. We can see what what went down. That's where the truth needs to come out at. That's where everything that's under the gag is going to get, obviously be talked about at that point, which is where a lot of the problems have come from is, I'm not saying that a gag order is a bad thing, but I think in this case, I think it was. Okay. I think it kind of backfired on them personally.
Yeah.
And I think that at that point, there's been so much, I hate to even say this word anymore, about corruption. Okay. There's been talk about it throughout the beginning.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. And I can't say that I full-heartedly agree with that. Okay. But that's only my opinion. And somebody else made a comment in the chat, and it's true. Because I'm covering both cases. True Crime Time says that there's nothing corruption wise proved here. Now, covering the other case that we're covering, the Delphi case, that's a whole different story. That's when you want to see something, look over there because it's definitely corrupted over there. Okay.
Yes.
Example of that is what I'm saying. So, and thank you for that, Salty. Hey, Cal, it's good to see you. And
So
thank you
you
for
don't
joining.
think that Banfield had anything to do with it? That incident at Banfield? Do you think it did?
As far as what the guys that were stopped?
Well, I think if any of them were like part of, because when kind of at the beginning when I heard that, I thought that everybody like it was like a big huge like play that there's a whole lot of people involved, and I thought that the kids were set up and the police and it. I don't know. It's just,
Well,
they gave the kid a $400 ticket and the kid didn't even blink an eye. Like okay. I don't know.
Right. I gotcha. I have to say that I don't think
Okay.
that has any involvement in this other than I mean, it was a Saturday night, you guys, and it was a football night. There's kids all over the damn campus, and like I said, I use myself as an example. Back, when I was 18 years old, I would go up to the Ohio State University and hang out, and it's any college campus, in my opinion. All
Wow.
over the campus, you're going to see these kids walking all night long. We didn't have bedtimes. We didn't go to bed. You know what I mean? Until we had to go to bed or until our bodies just fell out and we were done. And that's what it is. It's college, guys. It's party time. That's what we did. And I wasn't even going to school there. So that'll tell you. Now,
So do you think that he had that what do you call that, scrambler box into the back seat to do to make the waves on the cell phones change? Did you hear that one?
I heard that, but I don't believe that's what that was. I think that was it looked to me like a baseball bag that you keep a ball bat in with some baseball.
Interesting. Okay.
I thought that was.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you jumping up here to ask and questions and be involved 100%. But yeah, I don't believe that had anything to do with that. I think that's going way, way, way far out there. I think it's called a jammer or something like that. And there was no way that I mean, think about that logically. They got body cams on. It's going to record anything that they're looking at and that's in front of them. So it would be seen, and they have seen it, and those body cams are out right now still. And I think if somebody was worried about something like that, those videos would have been taken down. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
I mean, logically, I don't think that makes sense to me. But again, that's just my opinion.
What about Christchurch? Do you think they're involved?
I don't know. I in the beginning, a lot of people were trying to throw that out there, but I haven't seen nor heard very much from anything about them with this. I know that that's a definite scenario that goes on out in that area. I've heard and seen a lot of videos on it.
Okay.
It's definitely a questionable scenario, but with this, I just don't feel like it's involved with this at this point. That's just me, though.
Yeah, but do you have any? I mean, can you tell us if you have any ideas or speculation who you think it was involved?
I don't. That's why I'm still sitting on the fence. I'm not 100% that Brian's not guilty, and I'm not 100% that Brian's innocent either. Or how did I say that? What I'm trying to say.
That's a pretty safe answer. Does anybody else have anybody that they think did it, or
I can
what
what
happened?
My thoughts on that is I'm always about who did not do it. As far as who did it, I'm not trying to solve that. We're never going to know that.
Oh yeah,
I don't want to speculate on who it is because it doesn't matter in the end anyway. I mean, if you understand what I'm saying, it does matter, of course. But once you settle it in your own mind that you're not going to ever get that. So, this is about.
I haven't been able to leave this. I just like to watch this, But anyway, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I gotta go. It was nice being on. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Anytime. Thank you for I thank you again, Eric. I appreciate you. And I don't think at this point, guys, we should be able to convincingly say, I think this person or that person did it at this point because we haven't even hit the trial yet. So that's not going to come. until we see a lot more. Where'd you go, Lisa? A lot more things spoken about, shown to us, and talked about at that point. I mean, we can have a speculative theory in our minds as to what we think, but to answer that question right, I'm literally sitting. If you got, I visualize this in my mind as there's a fence here and a fence here, and I'm sitting right in the middle of that because I can't clearly state Brian did this, and I can't clearly state that Brian didn't do this, and that's why I can't answer that question like that. And I'm praying to God that once we do go to trial, and I'm hoping to God that it's this summer, as soon as possible, because it needs to be over with for sure. That I'm praying to God that when we get to that point, we do get that answer, okay? Because I'm still saying, and I will stick with this, that if Brian, by some chance, is acquitted of this, we're in trouble, guys. Because there's not going to be another investigation, in my opinion. There's not going to be anybody else that's going to be looked at, because if that was the case, they would have been looked at already. You see what I'm saying?
No, I agree. That's
we would have had other names thrown at us already, and we haven't after a year. It doesn't make sense. So,
well, you would need to know that prior to
yes.
Pursuing your suspect.
Yes, sir. I agree. I do agree. And the fact that that has not happened, that's the problem, folks. So God forbid that's what I'm mostly worried about at this point. That's why I slowed some things down in here. That's why I backed up and said, wait a minute, we got to use some logic with this, and we got to be commonsensical, because if Brian gets off completely with this and he did this, oh my God, that's horrific to me. I'm sorry. And that's horrific to the families. That's not fair. That's not right. That's just not cool. Now, if Brian didn't do this and he gets off, that's okay. I get it. Okay. But what else is there, guys? That's what I'm saying. Welcome, Jackie. Thank you for joining us again.
Hi there.
So that's where I am with that, and as far as that goes.
Well, they still have the two unknown DNAs.
Well, and that is there. Yes, that is there. But what have we been told about that with the DNA? That's the problem. I don't think that's ever going to come out.
Well,
ever.
we were told they didn't do any testing, and there's 3, not 2.
Oh yeah, that's right. There is 3 of them, and they said they couldn't do any testing because there wasn't enough.
Is that in paperwork? Eddie's the perfect person to ask that. Is it in the paperwork that they didn't have enough?
Not that I remember reading.
Do you know that, Eddie?
No, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I just remember the I think it was the court hearing where he basically Bill Thompson said you can't do nothing if you don't have it.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, I've never heard, I don't know where that came from, that it wasn't viable or they didn't have enough or something.
I heard the same thing. I know what you're speaking of, and I recall the same.
And I do remember Bill Thompson saying it wasn't done.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like, but I don't remember him ever saying something about it not having enough or something. He could have. But anyway.
Right. Somebody says that Bill said it was partial, and I kind of agree with that a little bit too. And that's another one I agree with, that Ann Taylor is probably all over that other DNA. I mean, she brought it up herself, and I'm wondering, I don't think she's going to let that go. Okay. I definitely don't think she's going to let that go, because that's got to be pretty important to this, guys, if you think about it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
Let me see here. I'm just double checking to make sure. Hold on a minute, guys. Go ahead and Jackie, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, having just watched that. Happy New Year, Dago, by the way, and everyone else.
Same to you.
Thank you. Having just watched that video where we had like a bit of a tour through the house.
Yes.
You know that what we call the kitchen with the sliding door, is that the main kitchen to the whole that serves the whole house?
Yes, that's the only kitchen in the house.
And the sliding door is the only means of entry or exit.
There's another door that's on the lower floor. That's the front door, and then there's another door on the third door.
Right, but as far as that kitchen room's concerned, it's just that sliding door that's in and out.
Yes,
no, there's 2 windows.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's the window over the sink and the window off to the left of the door.
Right.
Yeah.
What made me think was, you know how that, I mean, we don't know how true it is, but Steve Goncalves was supposed to have said that he has spoken with someone who was on the grand jury, and the DoorDash driver said that the sliding door was open.
Right.
So, you know, that's sort of like point A. Point B, the DoorDash bag was found on the kitchen table. So someone, either Xana or Ethan, took, you know, accepted the delivery of it and popped it on that table. Now, I mean, as a youngster, I wouldn't have taken the things out of the bag and took them upstairs. I would have just carried the bag upstairs.
Right.
If it's food items, and yet that bag was on the table. So that makes me kind of think, did she not make it? Did whoever took delivery of the DoorDash thing, didn't they even make it out of the kitchen before the attack started? And given where Dylan's room is, why on earth wouldn't she have heard something at that point? Or even said, oh yeah, the DoorDash driver did come. She said nothing. I mean, that girl would have been better saying absolutely nothing. You know, she'd have been best saying that she was asleep.
I agree.
Or she was out driving around, as she does frequently. You know?
No, I agree. And here's the thing, and nothing, believe me, I appreciate everything you're saying, Jackie, but that's one of the things, like what you just stated, as one, that the slider was open, 2, that the DoorDash bag was on the table. Like, we have not been able to confirm that. We don't know that yet.
Actually,
that bag,
Chief Fry confirmed that door being open.
Yep.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Wait, which door?
The slider in the back.
The slider.
Yeah.
No, he did not. Is that in a press conference you're referring to?
Yeah, he gives an interview with a news outlet, and he says the door was open when we got there.
Yes.
Was it the front
Yeah,
or
that
the
was a
side
press
door?
conference, and he didn't specify the door, but just because that first level, or the basement, if you will, is the main entrance, it's implied that that's the door he's talking about, right?
And you would imagine that to be open, given that they called people over and...
But here's why I say he wasn't talking about the front door, because in another interview, somebody asks him and says, someone said they saw the front door open, and he said, I have not heard reports of that. So I
agree with that, but he's not been putting out honesty this whole time. Let's face facts.
No, I do agree.
Yeah, the backslider was said the backslider.
Yeah, I
remember that.
Thinking about that, and I do believe that is what he was referring to when he said that.
And it was actually stated the backslider. I do remember that.
I had to think back. In fact,
I'm stopping that right now. I challenge that. We're going to have a receipt on that before we go any further, because he did not say that. That's misinformation at this point.
Where did we get that from? Was that the press conference?
Yes, that's the 6th, the 16th.
Give me a second here. Let me see if I can pull that real.
I'm sorry. I hope I don't come across as curt by doing that, but we can't just run with it because of.
No, that's fine. That's what we do.
No,
because
that's fine.
Over time, we all misremember things. I do that. There's things that when I try to recall it, I recall it all wrong. I have to, refer to, notes or go back and review that content, because our memories. You know, the fragility of memory is such a thing.
No, I agree.
There
And
is
I
so
look-
much content, so many
the other-
details in this case.
The other thing for me is I remember looking at one of the only few photos we have from the 13th, and this one news outlet is taking photos, and they're like, a cop is guarding the back of the house, and you see the door open. He comes out, and it still stays open, right? So,
I mean,
Okay,
on the
I think
basis
this
that
is the one, and this is why we do this, you guys, because if there is something that somebody's wrong about or could be wrong about, we need to correct it. And I've done that myself, and it's okay to be wrong about things. That's not a big deal. All right, let me see if I can find this in here.
It is the first question that was asked during that press conference.
from the people, Eddie?
Yeah, from
Oh, okay. So it'll
trying to
be
recall her name, but she had the first question that day. Creme 2.
Information, and
That's
some of
right.
it we can't share with you, correct? But we try to take that information. We try to make the best educated decision we can. We review that as a team with our detectives, along with safety for this community. We want them to
from the community to help put together that timeline. We obtained a copy of Twitch video, and family members of the Gonsalves family were able to identify.
Back it up a little bit. She has like a 3-part question. I think it was the first part.
And we're going to do everything we can to do that.
If I could add one more question. You asked for video.
That information, we try to make that's to the last part there.
Why there's that belief. Right?
Hello.
Thank you for having us. I'm Amanda Rowley with Creme 2 News. You mentioned that there's an indication that it's an isolated, targeted incident, and there is an individual somewhere. Can you give us a reason as to why there's that belief there is a suspect? And can you also give a little more information on the forced entry? There's no sign of forced entry, but was the door, did it seem like any of the entries were left unlocked by any means?
I'll answer the last part there just because it's at the front end of my mind. We're not 100% sure if the door was unlocked, but there was no damage to anything, and the door was still open when we got there.
And my first question,
Yeah.
if you'd like me to read.
No, I think I haven't. In these cases, we take the totality of.
Okay, so he doesn't clarify which door, but he does say that it's open.
So I'm with you, but here's where I kind of try to assume that my higher brain is smart, and you can't really lock the front door. It's a code, but you can manually lock the back door, right?
I agree. Well, yeah, and a lot of those sliders, they'll put like a stick or something in there to keep that. I imagine. I don't know. The slider should have like a latch that locked that.
Right. So if they left the door unlocked, it would have to be the slider. You know what I mean?
I can see that. I can see that. Now, do you think he would have clarified by saying the word slider door, or if he would have just said the door?
I think he just said the door. Me personally, right?
Right. And I remember hearing in the beginning of this people talking about the front door. But okay, hold on a minute. Doodle has something else too. This link says it was a neighbor that saw the front door open. I can't click on links in here, Doodle. You can send it to the email and I can open that way. He saw the front door.
On the basis that we know that college friends and whatever were called and went over there first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why the front door's going to be open. And I would imagine people stood outside because you'd be so freaked out. You wouldn't necessarily want to sort of stand in the house where all that stuff had gone off, would you?
Right. No, I get it. Yeah. That definitely makes sense.
See, that's where Chief Fry gets shady to me because they do. I remember the neighbor saying the front door was open. And
right.
then in another interview, he's like, I don't know where that's coming from. I haven't heard about the front door being open.
Okay. 8:30, they saw that front door open, it says. Started. I'm
But he
walking.
never went the next step further to clarify it, saying, yes,
Right.
I understand on the press conference of the 16th, I said such and such, and I understand therefore your question. So let me help you to, let me clear that up for you. He never did that. He just added to the confusion.
And shame on the reporters for not making him clarify.
Clarifying. I agree. They should. I don't know. So I'm sure there's no other questions like that throughout since that was answered in the beginning. But the rest of this, I don't even remember.
But you got to remember, if you can take it, and I do take all this with a grain of salt, but Christy Gonzalez gives that interview, and they're talking about the slider, in my opinion, and she's like, why wasn't the door locked? Why wasn't the door locked?
Yeah, I got you on that. That makes sense. Canadian Cat Lady, I agree. There's a difference between a door being open and unlocked. I got that. Yeah. Why didn't Dylan shut the damn front door if she went to BF's room? It's another good point, David, because we don't know that yet for sure. That house has 3 exterior doors, 2 sliders, 1 front door. That's correct as well. See, like these are the little things that have caused big things to pop up because we don't know. Now the thing is if we take what we're how can I say this? If we take what we're putting together in our minds based on what we're told, even from the PCA, we watch. We have Dylan stating that Brian Koberger or whoever was clad in black goes past her heading towards the slider door as if they're leaving the home. That again makes us feel as if that door was left open possibly at that point, only because of the way that sentence or that phrase was set up. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes us to that situation right there. Okay. Okay, hold on a minute. Thank you, Doodle. 1 second, guys.
If he left or came in through the front door, the Christy would have had that footage on that ring cam thing that she'd got access to, because she says that she saw the girls coming into the property at 1:56, was it, or something like that? She had seen that. So
Olivia did, yeah.
Well,
right.
We don't know what she saw. We don't know which way the camera faces. Maybe she saw the vehicle which brought them home drive by.
Yeah.
That particular view of that camera. But does it mean that camera is oriented towards the front door of that house? It's unlikely.
Yeah.
Okay, so this here, thank you, Doodle, states that the neighbor of the University of Idaho murder victim says the front door was left wide open after the killings. The victim's front door, which opens to the first level of the home, was wide open around 8:30 a.m. on the day of the attack, the neighbor claims. A neighbor of the University of Idaho students murdered in their off-campus rental home in Moscow last has revealed new details about the crime scene. Kaylee Gonzalez previously said that the group had arrived home before 2 a.m. and were found deceased by law enforcement around noon. We know all of that about an unconscious. Then I'm trying to see if
Diego, when you're done there, can I interject something to that?
Always. Hold on. Now, a neighbor of the victims has come forward with information about the crime scene, telling Fox News they saw the victim's front door, which opens to the first level of the house, wide open around 8:30 on the day of the attack. Steve Gonsalves, the father of Kaylee Gonsalves, had previously said that he believed his daughter or Mogan were the targets on the 3rd floor. Okay. So to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs, he told Fox and Friends last week. Looks like he probably may have gone or not gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up there when he didn't have to. So it doesn't fit though. Okay, because if you're going to go with that statement there, that tells me that they entered on the 2nd floor.
Yep.
Okay, based on what Steve's Gonsalves statement, when he said they didn't have to go upstairs, the entry and exit was right there. because it's basically telling you that he entered on the second level, is the rear slider door. But now we're also being said that the front door was left wide open. So,
Well,
Well, he's
was it, or had they already called people over there?
that's the other thing, and that was as of 8:30 a.m. And I'm not going to clarify anything because we can't. But we were told that there were other people that they believed that people were there that early. We have no proof of that, and I can't vet that by any means whatsoever. So it's kind of this is kind of a weird turn here because we don't know. Why would both doors be open at that point? Okay. Unless somebody went in the front, somebody went in the back, or came out the back and came out the front. I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense either. So I'm going to venture to say that I always thought that the DoorDash was collected from the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if that was the case, and I said this before, in my mind, it's very possible that whoever collected the DoorDash could have interacted with whoever did this. And that could be why that door maybe was left open and they went back upstairs. But again, I'm just saying, guys, there's a couple options with this, and none of it's factual. Okay. So I have a hard time understanding how that in itself happened. This is where we get stuck. I agree.
Yeah, it's like the more you ask, and you get feedback, and it just leaves you scratching your head all over again.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. This is where some of the problems come from. I agree.
But that light that was in that room, good vibes, is it? That was in the floor above the kitchen. So that if that light had been on,
it was on the same level.
Right. So it wasn't behind the person who'd done the murders as they came walking down the stairs.
It was off to this. Like if they come down the stairs, it would have been over here, by the wall, the one doorway. Now that right there, real quick, what Salty's saying is probably what my idea of what happened is what it is. If we think about this, I'm going to venture to say that the roommates probably took off out of the house early in that morning and maybe even ran to go get somebody rather than texting or calling. Who knows? Okay. Maybe they ran to the neighbor's house because they were freaked out at 8:30 in the morning. And that could be why that door's wide open in the front. Okay.
That is true because he says summoned friends over. He doesn't say call.
That's my thought, because in a panic, I could see them running out of the house after seeing what they woke up to or whatever. And like, what the hell? And take off running because they're scared. And they either ran to that neighbor's house, possibly, because they were close with them. We saw that already. Or could have ran to Jack's house or somebody else's house. Who knows? But that's my thought on this. And that would explain why that door was left open. Why would you close it? After seeing some scenarios like that, I'm not going to shut the door. I'm running. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. So that makes sense. That makes absolute sense to me. And just like you just said, yep, you are right. Clue and SRB, they summoned. They could have ran outside and started yelling for people. Hey, hey, hey. And that's where we came from with this. Okay.
But then what's the delay? Like if it was 8:30,
maybe they literally were sleeping. You know what I mean? I find it hard to believe.
Well, you said if they ran out at 8:30, right? Like that's why the front doors left wide open.
Oh, the delay after that. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a good point. That is a good point. So if they say they did run out of the house at 8:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock, 8:15 in the morning, what took them till 11:56 to call?
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I get it. Did they have to like find somebody, talk to somebody? What do we do with this? What's going on? I mean, there should have been no conversation. You call 911, end of story. Okay.
You say that, but
I know what you're going to say.
I'm not even going to lie. Like, if I was one of them girls, like, I would be like, you would be terrified. You're like, they're going to look at me.
If we go back to Lisa's theory, okay, with somebody or some buddies being clad in black, head to toe, which does in the dark look like police uniforms, SWAT uniforms, whatever you want to call it, guys. I've seen it. Okay. our local police, some of these guys, they wear the parachute pants or whatever the hell those things are called, the with the pockets in the legs. We wore them in EMS. We wore those pants with black shirts and looked like we could have been police too. So anybody could dress that way and come in and hey Nelly, make somebody think that they're police. So they could have been nervous. If this were these really cops that just came in and did this? Who do we call? What do we do? You know what I mean? I mean, that could be a scenario. That could be the whole frozen shock phase thing that I struggle with. I don't know. You don't know. We don't know. But that's another thought to put into this. Because what other reason would there be, going back to what Lisa's theory was, or and your question too, Clue, for that delay? We already had one delay. Why did we delay? If they ran out of the house, what were they trying to figure out? What were they waiting on? Why didn't they call 911 as they were running out of the house? Or was it because maybe they thought that was what happened that night, that the police came in and did this? Now, wasn't there also... No, that was debunked. I'm sorry. But before, in part of the audio that was heard was Kaylee saying, I think somebody's here in the beginning of that, supposedly based on the statement, right?
Yeah.
So what did she possibly hear before that too? Okay.
Could she have heard some interaction between, say, Zana and the DoorDash person?
That's what I'm talking about. Or did she hear somebody in the parking lot coming in? I mean, it all has to work together in some unison at some point, you guys. That's the problem. And we're trying to believe this PCA. This is the statement that was made by a witness, roommate, whatever. So we got to put it together in that aspect to try to make it work. Okay. I don't know. All right. So there's your point on that, Eddie. And like I said, I do remember the front door being talked about. I wasn't sure if it was the slider too or not. Maybe it was both. I don't know. I wish I did. And like I said, I'm praying to God that these are the things we're going to know for fact when we hit trial. And I know there's a lot of people that don't think we're going to even get to that point, but I think we have to. There has to be. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what would Chief Fry know as fact at that moment when he was asked that question, when he denied knowing anything about the front door being open, because it's his investigation? He's surrounded by the ones who are doing the investigation. He's the spokesperson of this whole case. So he would know at that point. What motivation, what purpose would someone, a neighbor, have in lying? There's no reason for someone to be lying about seeing that front door being open at around 8:30 to 9.
Right.
So if it comes down to, and here's what makes part of our discussion so difficult, one of the things is who wants to call another a liar? But so when we're faced with believing the neighbor or Chief Fry, who has in the past told us that they were both downstairs, who does that? I mean, you put me in a bad spot because now I have to decide who I'm going to believe when you've already proven that you're not a reliable source of truthful information.
Gotcha.
I think maybe due to the magnitude of the situation, and that he hadn't been faced with anything like this previously, maybe he was just really unsure of what he could and couldn't say.
Well, I guess he would be the wrong person to be having as the front man then, because that's just making allowances. Those are called excuses.
Yeah, oh, definitely, yeah.
Right. Gene, to answer your question, by the time they saw the sheath from the doorway, it was daylight. It was noon, roughly. Well, basically, around noon that day, the sun was up, the light was on, so they could see it at that point from that aspect, I'm sure. But that's just to answer that question. Fateful events. I have another theory. Would you call the cops if they were involved? If you have an unmarked police car with two so-called undercover cops wearing dark clothing, and I think that's what goes back to what we were saying, Fateful. Thank you. That maybe that's what these two roommates thought, because these people or this person, maybe Brian, like I said, guys, and it made me wonder because we all had that conversation about the receipt of the Dickies that were purchased on this receipt, the Dickie products. Okay, could be a black shirt with black pants, which does look like, in some senses, a police uniform. So if he decided to wear that outfit when he went in, or if he had something like that he wore when he went in, or whoever wore, that would make, these are young kids. Okay, they haven't been through the things in life that we have to be able to differentiate sometimes when somebody's not real or real, if you know what I'm trying to say. And if somebody went in, you know what I mean. If somebody went in and they were dressed this way to intimidate the situation, and to not intimidate the situation, intimidate the people to take control of the situation, if what I'm trying to say, that could confuse them, and therefore in turn, go ahead.
But why be scared? So, like, if you see what looks like a cop in your house in the middle of the night, like, these kids, I agree, they avoided cops because that means trouble, right? Now I'm going to get kicked out, lose my sorority, blah, blah.
Yeah,
but
right.
Why would you be scared if you saw a cop in the house? Like,
no, here's my
thing,
go ahead.
But she's so nosy that she's like opening the door 3 times, and on the 3rd time, for nothing, she just decides to open the door. So you wouldn't be nosy enough to go out and be like, why are the cops here?
That's why I think that she heard more.
I mean, if I saw them coming downstairs, I wouldn't thinking they were police. I would be saying it's something wrong, you know.
Okay,
something.
Can I just say something?
Please do.
On that theory that I'm saying, what Dylan said, if you saw a policeman, right, and they're telling you, because you got to remember Dylan saw him at the last point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they've gone through the unfortunate passing of the 4 others and coming out, and she's seen him, all he's got to say is, look, I'm a copper, you want to shut your mouth, or else I'll be back to get you, or the both of them, if they both saw them, or if there was 2, they could have been threatened. You're not going to say I saw a policeman to a policeman. Hence the whole waiting of 8 hours and then calling friends before calling 911, because they're so frightened to call 911 thinking they are legitimately police.
That's what the point
in their mind. If they call their friends over, they're hoping at least the police won't touch them then, if they are police. And they are probably, if that is the scenario, I'm not saying that's definite, but if that's what they believe they are, that would explain why neither one of them have spoken out or have come or would come back no matter what they were going to do to them. They flatly refused to go back there. So if you think they're police, there would be all the reasons why you would never go back to that town.
That's kind of the point I was trying to make, Lisa, is if she thought, even a little bit in her mind, like when she saw that person come down past her, you know, which is still something we're going to talk about in a minute based on what I just saw in that video. Okay, if she thought that was possibly a cop that did that, okay, that's going to mess with her mind. And like, she's not going to know who to trust, which takes me back to running out that door, going to somebody like Lisa just stated, because they don't know that wasn't a police officer at that point. Okay. And hearing that, go ahead.
My problem is not so much in the middle of the night. Well, in the morning, my problem stems from in the middle of the night. If you saw after it's all done, right? You saw what you thought was a cop.
Yeah.
The words, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," those are not threatening.
That's right.
So why are you scared?
Because what I'm saying is the next morning.
I know, but I'm talking about that night.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. That's an answer that nobody can, or a question nobody can answer at that point. You're right. Why were you scared at that point? enough to be in the frozen shock phase and so on and so forth and all that. Okay, I get it. We
No,
don't know.
because
That's the problem. That
I
night.
can tell you, because she saw it. I mean, we're all going by what she said in that PCA, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what has taken place beforehand. If she ran into him beforehand, he told her to get back in the room and shut your mouth, whatever, right? Did what they did, he did, whomever, come back and threatened her again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you've been threatened, you're not going to sit there and be truthful in a PCA, are you? If you legitimately think this is police, you're not going to say, yep, I saw somebody clad in black walk out. That would be a made-up story, right? You're not going to say, yeah, policeman threatened me and told me to go in my room and shut up and just report it 8 hours later or whatever. Or I was too scared to report it because I legitimately thought it was police.
Well,
and as for police being in your room during the night, all they got to do is get into your room and say, look, we're just here to help you because there's somebody out there unaliving the rest in the house. Be quiet. We're going to keep you safe. We're going to protect you. And I've got them.
I think if you were truly that scared and you thought it was the cops, I know me at like 19 years old, I'm not coming out of my room until my parents are there to pick me the fuck up, is all I'm saying.
I get it. Yeah, I understand.
And once that's all
I'm out
over,
the window, I'm gone.
I mean, would you not call the FBI and ask for their protection, telling them that you'd got some information that you needed to give them? But in order to do so, you were afraid and you needed some kind of protection.
After the fact, yeah, probably.
After I got home, yeah, I would, but not until then. I would not come out of my room. Like, literally.
They wouldn't know that, though, at that age. I would imagine, like, who to go to at that point, I wouldn't think. Now, going back to that, though, let's say, for instance, and I still feel like she probably did. At least one of them did, okay? Somebody else said something about Bethany letting somebody in the house at that point. That could be something, too, that we don't know about, okay? I'm just saying, we don't know. I don't want to put that out there as something because it very well could not be true, but I'm just saying.
I missed your walkthrough. Would he have had to pass Xana's room to get to the stairway?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wait, to go upstairs?
To go upstairs?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He would have passed Zana's room if he come in through the back door, he would have walked past Zana's room to go upstairs.
Oh, no. Sorry, Willie. I missed her.
Oh, no. Sorry. No.
Okay.
Sorry. It would be Dylan's room he was passing 3 times.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the slider leads into the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's so weird that she would order food at 4. He's coming in the door. He's coming in that slider at 4:06, 4:07. You figure she's somewhere around that kitchen. I don't know.
That's where this is all kind of like a little bit weird.
But
You know what I'm
she was on
saying?
TikTok at 12 minutes past 4.
And then the other thing, though, if we go back to that, you guys, that really bothers me. Okay. And I mean, it really, really bothers me because we're hung up on this little thing here. And I'm going to just change up the tone for a second here.
So that means he went out of his way then when he came back downstairs to go into Xana's room.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
But it makes you wonder, though, is it because he interacted with somebody that was grabbing the DoorDash possibly at that point?
That's what I think. 100%.
That's what I think, too. That's the
Because
only
but that means they would have been. Yeah, but that means they would have been first. She would have been first.
No, not necessarily.
Whoever took the DoorDash delivery, I think, in my personal opinion, I think they were the first one to get it.
See, I don't think so. I think he was upstairs and maybe they were going back into the kitchen and ran into him on his way down. Because if you think about it, all we're reading is words, right? The words, there's someone here. We read it and it's like, there's someone here, but you don't know that she wasn't yelling at Ethan. There's someone here.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
all right, so you see this door down here, or the stairwell here, Willie?
Mm-hmm.
You come up the stair, you're going to go through. If you come up from downstairs, I'm saying, you're going to go through this area here. Xana's room is back here. Okay, go back this direction, and then the stairwell to go upstairs is over here, and Dylan's door is right there. Okay,
Right where?
over
Oh, yeah,
around.
it's behind on the thing. Sorry.
Yeah, behind the wall there. I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. But and then you go past that area through that hallway. You're going through the kitchen. Then okay. Now that's if somebody came out of here and went down to this door for the DoorDash. I can't imagine DoorDash would go around back to the back slider door to drop it off when you have a front door right there at the parking lot at the main road. That doesn't make sense to me because that's where the address is listed at. It's going to take you to that front door, right or wrong.
Right.
Now, the only other way I would imagine that would be different is if they knocked on that door, if it was a handoff type DoorDash, or if it was not just a leave at the door thing. And they knocked on that door and nobody heard it, and then they walked around back. But I don't think that's what happened, in my opinion.
Man, this house is like a maze, dude. Just the mere fact that he only spent that small amount of time in this house, it looks like a maze.
It's very small too. Very small too. That's the other thing.
So if he did this, he had to, or whoever did this, they had to have known the layout of the home.
Yep.
I think that too, in my opinion, somehow or some form that they do. Okay, that they have been in this house at one time.
And who was where?
Yeah, exactly. Who was where is my biggest thing, because they must have known who was behind each door, because they never opened Dylan's door, did they?
Nope.
And I know it doesn't look like a bedroom door or whatever, but still.
Yes, it does.
It's still open doors you were passing, especially considering she opened that door.
And here's the other thing, guys. And I don't, this has bothered me. It still bothers me. This is one of the reasons why it bugs me about Dylan's statement. If that person is coming down these stairs right here, heading in that direction around that corner, what is she actually seeing?
Thank you. That's what I said. I said she had to have opened up the door when he was right in front of it. He must have been right in front of it.
Because it's
meant to be the other way.
Yeah, you come from Xana's room.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's coming around. That's right.
Yeah, he's coming around and going, yeah.
So she would have seen him.
She's getting a side profile in the back of his head, really.
Okay, well, still coming this direction too. Yeah, I'm sorry, I mixed that up again. Coming from this direction, leaving that scenario, going this direction to turn the corner and go back out that door.
Do you know how perfect her timing must have been, or would have been?
Oh, I know, right? To just open the door and there he is.
And and again, at that point, he's just walking. So she's not. Again, she's not. I don't know what she's opening her damn door for, because there's nothing going on if he's walking out. And that's why I want to know why she opened the door the third time.
Me too.
But how did he not see her?
Well,
he saw her.
So I have a theory on that. I'm not kidding. I know people think I'm crazy, but it's a medical thing. So allegedly he has the visual snow, right? Let's give him that credit.
Right.
Or don't, either way. If you come by this good vibes light, which was on, because it was on in all the crime scene when they're taking the photos and stuff, they wouldn't have turned it off, right? It was on. If he walks by this light, you see how short that hallway is? It's like one step for someone Kohberger statue. Okay, let's say there's big or bigger than Brian Kohberger. It's one step. Your eyes haven't truly even adjusted to being by that light when you get into a dark hallway. There's a good chance he didn't see her.
Okay, so
but where did she? But where do you think she saw him?
That's it. If he didn't see her, I don't think she saw him. I mean, he would have been turning his body in a way that at best should have got a slight side view of him and the back of his head.
Not the back of his head. She would have got the front of his head. He's coming from that room right there. He's walking right by a light into that hallway. She's looking at him.
Yeah, but the way her door opens for her to open. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, if he was on the second,
Willie, I'm with you.
But I'm saying if she saw him right there, right in the middle of that room right there that we're seeing, if he took that route and she opened the door and saw him right there, he'd be like 6'8".
Okay, until he say something.
Until he stepped off the step. So I mean, if we're going to go with her story and what she said his height was, she must have seen him when he stepped off that step. And that's why I said her timing, like she picked the most perfect time to open that door the third time. It was like magic. And she saw him right there, because I don't see how he would be all the way back here and say he's 5'10". She would at least say he's 6 foot or taller.
She couldn't have seen back there because that bit of wall there wouldn't allow her to see past there.
But that's what I mean.
He
When
has to
he
virtually be
steps,
near on and near that step to see. And here's my other issue. If somebody's never been in that house, can somebody explain to me how they didn't trip down that one step or trip up it?
I don't know.
I mean, y'all, to be fair, like I'm not kidding. That good vibe sign, like it gives off some light. You can see, in my opinion.
Yeah, into that room, but that step, you wouldn't be looking down. That one step would have to get you, unless you knew it was there.
And we also, too, forget that the minute this happened, all of us are online searching this house. I mean, how many pictures of it did we have right when it happened? He could have done the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but how would he know who was in each room if they didn't change rooms, blah, blah, blah?
Now that he couldn't have known by looking at the house online, but he could have got the general layout from websites that offer it for rent, right?
But that's what I mean. So why is he not concerned with the bedroom that's directly next to the beginning of the staircase that he knows he's going up? Like, why is he not
for that one?
And she yelled too, by the way. She told him to be quiet.
We don't know that.
Allegedly.
We don't know that for sure.
Allegedly.
But he still would have had to heard that door being open and closed, surely.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Only if she slammed it, because if she was opening at cracks, and like peeking, you may not hear that. I don't know. With everything else, it's going on at that moment. I don't know.
But like I said, at that point in time, Dago, he's walking out of the house, so it's just his footsteps. There's nothing loud going on. If at that point we're assuming everybody's passed away, because that's what also pissed me off is if she called 911, who knows? And again, we don't know where where the victims were stabbed and stuff like that. Who knows if one of them could have been saved? If she would have immediately called 911. That's what would piss me off if I was one of those victims.
With me, I agree with you on that.
Willie.
Here.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. Fiance was looking at me like I was crazy. I said, Willie.
What's up, Willie?
What's up, Cletus?
You ain't even gonna say hey to Dago?
What's up, Dago? Sorry.
What's up, bro?
Whatever, bro. Whatever.
He's working.
It's all about Willie. It's always about Willie.
He's right. He's halfway listening.
The attractive one doesn't mean you can't say hi to me too. Gee.
Oh shit! I get muted all the time. I'm just kidding.
I'll jump back down. I'll just quickly ask Willie, have you got your pussy back yet?
No, he's still got it.
Oh dear.
Still got it waiting for me.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'll pop back into chat then. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good
day. Appreciate you, Jackie. You guys are a mess. But anyway.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say it.
Oh, God.
These are good questions, you guys. These are the questions that have had everybody going, what's going on? And I get it. I understand it. And I wish we had real answers and good answers for these at this point. But like I said, with what we understand from what they've taken from the house, and I got my fingers crossed, they're going to show this all at the trial, the way that it's done, the way that it should have been done, the way that it was done. And I'm hoping, which is why this has to go to trial. Okay. In my opinion, it really does have to go to trial because of that reason alone by itself. Welcome, JC. And that's I've always had an issue with that in the beginning, being in EMS and stuff like that. I always felt that if 911 was called, who knows? Something could have been done.
Like, how do we know?
You know, we don't for sure. I mean, we heard about the injuries being as dramatic as they were. That I get, but you just don't know, and that bothered me. It always did bother me. So I don't know. We need to send a panel invite to Ann Taylor. Oh my God, that would be interesting. Yeah, it would. It's in the PCA that she shouted something like "Be quiet" or "Shut up" or something. Yeah, I believe it was.
That's in the PCA.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna go look. I'm gonna go look right now just to be sure. But I remember seeing that in some kind of a document. I can't remember which one it was.
That is the airmail article.
That's what I thought.
Okay. I got you. I was gonna say I thought it was in something, but see, that's what I'm saying, guys. We've looked at so many documents and so many different things that it's hard. They overlay sometimes, and you got to try to clarify this and that. So it makes sense, though. It's okay to get confused.
So can I ask you a question? Do you think Ann or all these lawyers would put forth his alibi if it's not something they could prove?
No.
Well, they don't have to prove
not
it.
as an attorney, I don't think.
Because my question is, why is that their alibi? If they could have picked 100 other things, but they picked something where now they have to prove he was driving around. So in my opinion,
I think
they have some kind of proof.
I think it's partially because they do have him driving around.
Yeah.
Which is why that fits into play with that. You know what I mean, Willie?
That's what I mean. Yeah, but he's not. Yeah, but I think that they don't have. I don't think they have his car around the house because, in my opinion, if he was in that area, he needs a reason to be in that area. He could have said he had a girlfriend, a best friend, he was going to a frat party, smoke session, whatever, just to put him in around that house. But they're saying he never went near that house. He was just driving around. So that's what I'm saying. If they can prove he was just driving around, I don't know. I don't see how the prosecution is going to show otherwise with just using pings or the CAS system. It's still not going to be.
So we talked about this last night, Willie, how basically he's not denying driving around. The prosecution's already saying you were driving around.
Mm-hmm.
So he's kind of serving his purpose and theirs, right? I don't have to argue with you when you're telling me I'm driving around if I say I was driving around.
And that's where I think they have his plates driving the route that the route that we all know or where they're saying, and that's what, like I said, I think they have his plates, but they don't have his plates in the areas where they want his plates, and that's why I think, because again, if they had his plates before around the house, they would have arrested his ass. So I don't think the prosecution has him driving around that home 100%. Maybe they had that Linda Lane footage, but nothing definitive saying that's his car driving around. Look, here's a license plate number. All they can show is him driving, maybe hitting a couple of those traffic cameras away from the house, is what I'm assuming. Because why wouldn't they have his license plate number way back when this first happened? So, I don't know, the alibi just confused me.
I agree. But Ann Taylor says he has long habits of going for long drives at night alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so do I. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, I'll get in the car and drive around.
I used to do it too.
I did that.
Do it.
I mean,
and that's why I touched on his route that he took, because this guy's not from the area, so you figure he wanted to get there and get out and get home, but yet he got there, got out, and then lollygagged home around this big long route that, like I said, he was there 6 months? How long was he a TA or a student there?
5
6 months, a year?
Yeah, about 5 months.
Yeah.
So that means that he would have known that whole route without having to use GPS when he left.
I would imagine, yeah. I agree.
Because you figure you just go there and then take the same route back, so you're on the same camera. You don't want to be on more cameras than you have to be. But yeah, he chose to just drive around. You know what I mean? And that's why, again, I could see how the defense can show, yeah, look, he was driving around. He literally went around and did a loop to come home. So that's where I'm intrigued to see how this defense is going to prove his alibi. I just don't see why they would give one just for the shits and giggles of it.
Hang on one second, guys, real quick. Looks like Jackie Young, thank you very much, gifted 5 memberships. Teresa was gifted All Things Silver, woke up in 84. Amy Lane and Tammy C were all gifted memberships. Thank you so very much for that, Jackie. God bless, and you are appreciated. Sorry, guys, go ahead. Now
that's just crazy that he's able to know that route without needing his GPS. It's crazy. I've been here 2 years, and I still need. If I go outside of my little area here, I need my GPS everywhere, dude.
Well, unless you take those 12 times into consideration as being practice runs.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, if he knew the route, it's so weird that he took the long route. Yeah, I don't know.
Right. That's true.
You just figure he would do more recognizance than 12 times in 5 months because you want to know. Because if he knows people are changing bedrooms all the time, people are moving out, moving in, blah, blah, blah. You figure he would have done a lot more like recognizance in the months, the 30 days leading up to him doing this, if it was him. But
I agree with that. And, going back to something that was said earlier on, I had been told early on in the investigation that there were kids moving out of that house, okay? And so that they were cleaning it and fixing it on the inside, so on and so forth, and it was going to be going up for rent again. That would be a good way to look that house up, like on Zillow or something, especially if it's up for rent, possibly, to get a visual of the inside of that house, stating that the how he knew the inside of the house, or maybe he even was looking at it, when nobody else was there. If it was already being shown as a rental, possibly. I don't know about that at all, but at least that you could go online and look it up and do a walkthrough of the house online, because we did it ourselves. So that would explain how he would know what the inside of the house looked like, in my opinion.
But it doesn't explain who's in each room.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he knew who was behind every door.
Because if it's true that he really was stalking them 12 times, right, then the only room potentially I could see him knowing for sure would be Maddie, because of that stuff in the window, right?
Yeah.
But that's only if you knew the other roommates' names, right? Just because you see an M, there could be a Melissa there too.
That's what I mean. The no connection part in this, it makes it tough.
It's been stated a couple different ways that without saying so much, that Maddie very possibly was target. Okay, so if you're sitting in that back parking lot looking up over that balcony, that's Maddie's room. Okay, you can see that that's her room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but that's really all you can see unless you're in front of the house, because I did notice that, like, there's really no curtains on some of these windows. It seemed like they were just kind of there. But I mean, that's possible too. If he was there that many times and he was stalking anybody in particular, he could find out whose room is whose and who's how, in that sense too, possibly. I don't know.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, he had to have known who was behind each door, because the guy went to the 3rd story. He didn't start from the 1st story and work his way up. He started from the 3rd story and basically trapped himself. So I don't know, man. I don't think we can just because where Dylan saw him. I don't think we should say for 100% fact that one of the 2 girls upstairs were the target, because we don't know if Ethan was the target or Zan, or if they were first and she just saw, or he went back to their room and then left. Like, again, it's just the whole timeline's based on what she saw, and she saw a small portion of him walking. So how does she know, or how does anybody know where he went first and what he did? That's my question. If there's no footprints, if there's no trail or anything in the home like they're saying, how the hell do they know his route in the home that he went? And who was first and who was this? If I don't know, time of death.
I understand what you mean. That's one of those questions again. There's no trail between rooms either. That's another issue. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
where you would see more fluid per se than you would see in another area. It's strange. And that's another good thing too. Sherry says that he could have just asked somebody that was a regular there that he maybe, I can't see why anybody would answer a question like that, but it's very possible.
And who knows if he didn't go to a party there? I mean, just because they didn't know him doesn't mean that he was never. I mean, he could have went because there was parties. I heard they had parties in that house without any of the roommates there. So he could have went to one of those parties without any of them there. Went to each room, figured out who was in each. You know what I mean?
I said that months ago, that when we watched the body cam of them showing up and nobody that lived there was there, I was like, well, bingo. He could have worked his way into that house at any time at that point, just like them. Okay. Came with somebody else, showed up. Who knows?
Y'all think nobody was there, really?
What do you mean?
Not at all the time. I'm just saying.
Even in that body cam, like you ain't never covered for you're not going to get in trouble if you're just visiting the house, but the people that are in the house, they would be in trouble. So you would send a non-resident.
Right. I know what you're saying.
But then they said the resident wasn't home at all. So they just had a bunch of strangers in their house.
They had a phone call with Maddie, and she was at the bar and all that.
No, I feel like I feel like it was BS. I feel like Dylan or Bethany was home, but they're not going to come to the door because
they don't want to come to the door because of the police, right? I got you.
And here's something else maybe, you can take in, just for thought. Because again, I'm in the middle. So I'm going to say something for the prosecution defense. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to say. So this happened November 13th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Halloween, during Halloween, I mean, people wear masks. People wear a bunch of shit where you can't tell who it is. Did they have a Halloween party where he might have went and nobody, he could have Michael Myers mask on, Yeah,
absolutely. They did have a Halloween party that year. Or then, I'm sorry, they like a month before they said. And that's a very good possibility too.
Okay, to that, let me just surmise that. So first of all, not every Halloween costume is going to be 100% concealing. Most of the time, you'll be able to tell, even when the person is in costume, who that is behind the mask, so to speak. If someone is absolutely anonymous and nobody knows, and he's not saying a word or interacting, that would be understood quickly by those, because everyone's naturally inquisitive. Who are you? I haven't figured you out yet. Right?
Right. Now, to go with that, Eddie, I have a question for all four of you. And nobody probably has an answer because I don't have an answer. Because I don't think we've been given an answer. We have been told that no DNA from any of the victims is on anything that belongs to Brian Kohberger, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But we have not been told whether or not they found any DNA other than on that sheath in that house that belongs to Brian Kohberger, have we?
No, there could be more of his DNA there. We just don't know.
Exactly. So to go along with what you just said with this possible Halloween party thing, we all heard about the pool party earlier that summer or whatever, that scenario possibly too. If there was DNA inside that house that they have that belongs to him that they haven't talked about, I find it hard to believe they wouldn't talk about it, but that's something else to think about. Hey, Sleuthy, good to see you.
Yeah, but how could they have more and then not include it in the PCA? I mean, especially if it's stronger DNA.
That's a good point, Willie. But at the same time, they don't have to tell us that. Oh my God.
No, they don't. But why would you take your chance on a warrant with shit DNA if you had, that was my golden egg?
That was my question too, and I was attacked with they don't have to, and I get it. I get it. I do now. I didn't in the beginning, but I do now. I still feel like you would go in with guns blazing if you have something on somebody specific. I feel that they would do that, but I've been told by multiple people they just don't have to.
But Dago, what you also have to remember is, okay, for the people that say, oh, they don't have to, great. But 6 or 7 months after this happened, he was, they went and gave all this evidence and stuff to a grand jury, and 6 of them were underwhelmed. So at that point in time, if they had all this other DNA that they showed the grand jury, why did 6 of them want to see more evidence? So that shows me that they have the same evidence that we think that we know of, That's what they showed the grand jury.
From what I know, you're right, and from what I understand, and I don't know how true this is or not, because I can't find the information about it, and I don't think we will be able to. But they were asking for personal information of Brian Koberger, and that's why they weren't given that. I don't know if that's true or not, you guys. That's just what I was given. And they don't have that information in that scenario, which is why they were not given that, which is why they had the issue. I don't know if that's true. If anybody does know if that's true and you have a way to prove that, please show it to me, because I don't know. But if that's the case, that does make sense. I still am uncomfortable with the fact that when you have 6 out of how many grand jurors that are uncomfortable with the scenario, that you would most definitely want to prove that, I guess. And
that's why my question was a couple nights ago was, does the prosecution have to only produce what's in the PCA to the grand jury? And the answer was no. So that means if all the evidence they acquired up until them getting in front of a grand jury, they would have shown the grand jury. So why were 6 of them underwhelmed if they have all this damning evidence that we all don't know about? But you know what I mean?
I agree with you, and I agree with Andrew Green. I appreciate that, saying that if there's more DNA on BK, they would never risk resorting to the GGDNA.
Oh, that's a good point.
I get that. That's what I'm saying, Andrew. That's why I'm confused, and that's why I'm overwhelmed with the fact that they didn't do that. Okay, and that's always bothered me. Me personally, I mean, I'm not a lawyer. We all know that, and I don't know everything. I'm learning as we go, just like everybody else is. I'm trying to learn as much as I can on this so that I can be real with it. But I would imagine, and I've always imagined, that if you think this is your guy, and you're dead set on that if you have that type of damning evidence, it's going to be in my face. Period. It needs to be, rather than relying on some bullshit thing like this. Okay. And that's what has always mesmerized me with this, is if they have this, why?
But that's what I mean. If they had other damning DNA, then in my opinion, they would have been like, here's your IgG, here, take it. Not, ask for it 10 times.
Or go to build this family tree thing and do this and do that and all this other stuff, which was,
you see what I'm saying?
The FBI said, please don't use this don't use this, period. But they did. That's what I'm saying.
And that's why I think they did, because it's all they had.
Yeah. And Andrew says again, in his opinion, if Ellie had other DNA evidence from that murder scene from BK, he would have been arrested in Pullman in December. I have a tendency to agree with that, Andrew. That's my opinion too.
Yeah. So just like a plate, just like a video of him going in, everything else they're saying that, they have, which doesn't make sense why they didn't have a suspect for how many months or how many weeks, however long it was.
Agreed. I agree. There was another thing I wanted you guys to see, if I can find it now, that goes along kind of with what we're talking about.
Well, I'm confused. Hold on.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Even if they had more DNA of his, right?
Yep.
They still don't know who he is because he's not in CODIS. So they still would have had to resort to the IgG, right?
Yep.
This is where the questions come from. I'm telling you, that's why we're all.
Well, that's not. I mean, that's just.
That's why we're on the fence, guys. That's why it's so hard to take this into.
Well, that's why I want to know what the other 3 DNAs are, because if there's sweat, blood, or saliva, and they didn't build a tree or semen, and they didn't build they built a tree with his touch, but they didn't do nothing with their blood, sweat, saliva, whatever they found of those other 3 people. As a juror, I'd have a big issue. Be like, wait, so you built this tree for this guy on the touch DNA, but you have 3, DNAs of sweat, of spit, or whatever that you didn't touch. Why? That'd be my big question. Is why?
That's exactly what Ann Taylor's arguing. Why did you single out my client?
Yeah. I would too. I mean, like I said, there was way more than 2 DNAs in that house. You kidding me? If they would have scrubbed that house and built a tree for every single person, they probably have 1,000 kids.
They would have still been doing it. They've still been doing it today. Okay.
Exactly.
I mean, there was a lot, I'm sure. And that's an issue.
Even from females. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. With everybody that was been in and out of that house, and that didn't just have to be that month, that week, that year. It could have been from 5 years ago. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I mean. Like these are college girls. I mean, did they all have boyfriends? I mean, even if they didn't, I mean, even if they did have I mean, think about it. Like, you know, it's a college. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. So, in my opinion, there's a lot of DNAs everywhere.
I'm sure that they had to break it down based on people that were regulars in the home, people that were friends of friends and friends of friends of friends and things like that. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
But something had to be. Brian, according to what we've been told, Brian is a stranger to that home. There's no connection to that home. There's no nothing with him. So for his DNA to show up would be a red alert, indefinitely, period. But not really though. If you think about what we just said, because it is possible that he had been in that house, had been around. Well, we know how the transfer thing works, that he could have just been near somebody that was in that house.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he could have opened a door, and somebody in the house opened the same door, and now his DNA is in. I mean, like I said, there's a million different ways his DNA can get in that house. That's what I mean. Right, as of right now, from what we know, they can't place him in that house. The touch DNA doesn't place him in the house. It's on a sheath. So I want to know what places him in the home that they
where was the sheath was in the home. The sheath puts him in the home because his DNA is in the home. But that's the weird side to this. That's the hard thing to get. Okay. Well, that's another good point too, Firefly. If that's what it is, that he's just a psychopath looking for a kill. That's the only motive that makes any sense, based on what I've read and what I've
but why? But why do it in a state that has a death penalty?
Oh, that's true, because he likes to drive.
Yeah, that's true too. Joey Clark, thank you for being here, first of all, and real quick, says that there's a video on here, Court TV or something, that the defense is asking for the original DNA that connected DK to the scene. And the prosecutor said to the judge, we had it, but now we don't. I said, yeah, I remember seeing that long time ago.
I would agree with that. I think I recall that too.
Yeah, we talked about it, I think, Eddie, actually, because it was a problem as to like how and why. You know what I mean? Thank you, Joey. I appreciate that. Good
but
point.
I do have to hop down, and thank you for always.
Oh no, every time, bud. Always. It's good to hear from you again, and you're always welcome for that. Always good input. All right, so I'm gonna run this, guys. This is Joseph Scott Morgan. I don't know if you guys are familiar with who he is. I've always followed a lot of what he says and stuff, and it's just kind of an overview of the situation. About a forensic analysis and stuff like that. I just wanted you guys to hear this real quick too, if you don't mind. I'm going to speed it up so it doesn't take forever, because it's not that long, but it's still better to get through it faster. And then we can talk about that. Going on with what we've already talked about, it kind of links to it too. So 1 second here. I think I'll go with that speed. I think we'll be all right in that sense. And see if those even work at a higher speed. All right, here we go.
Zaina Pernodal. Zaina, absolutely lovely. She was 21 years of age. First off, we have Zaina Pernodal. Zaina, absolutely lovely. She was 21 years of age, and she hailed from Arizona. Personality has been described as joyful, bubbly, got along with everybody, and was pure joy to be around. And then, along with Zaina, we have Ethan. Ethan Chapin he was a triplet, and was majoring in sports management at the University of Idaho. And he was in this loving relationship with Zaina. He was not domiciled. He didn't live at her address there on King Road, but he was there that night. They had actually been to a fraternity party earlier that evening and had made it back to Zaina's home. And so in addition to that, we have Maddie Mogan. We've heard a lot about all of these victims. We know that Maddie, along with Kaylee, were intertwined in a way that many of us can understand. They've been childhood friends since they were wee little things, had grown up together, had shared, their journey, into academia. And they were sharing a space together in this environment because prior to this, Kaylee, she was done with her college career at this point in time. She was moving on, and she had come back to visit. Her bedroom was actually empty at that point, and it was the largest bedroom up on the 3rd floor of the structure. So you've got these people that are all indwelling this residence together that night, and they're full of life, they're full of hope, they're full of promise of what the future held, and that joy that only comes about when you are part of college community. And you're not expecting there to be a monster roaming around a campus. You're not expecting that. You can't conceive it. As evil as the world is, as horrible as the things are that we see and that we talk about in the media, and that certainly I've seen over the course of my career, again, I emphasize that the university environment is very cloistered to a great degree. And one other thing I have to say in addition to this is a location of, I'm not speaking poorly of them. It's just reality. The university itself is in a rural location, and that's fantastic because I come from a university that's also in a rural location. It's an area of isolation. So you have this kind of outer bubble that exists in this world that gives you even more a sense of safety. And so I began to kind of think about my students. I began to think about these victims and the world that they inhabited. And I could see, the next week when I went into class, all of my kids were talking about this and it wasn't just because I was teaching forensics and they wanted to try to understand maybe what had happened. That wasn't the case. They were fearful. And I think that fear spread all over the country at that point in time. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. This is what we do know about kind of the placement of everybody during that night. As I had mentioned, Zaina and Ethan had attended a party at the Sigma Chi house. And what did I say about Fraternity Row? What did I say? Anybody remember? It's almost within view, right? So I've had several friends in the media that were there, and it's an easy walk. It's literally right down the road. You can access it, essentially through a group of trees down the street, and you're right in the middle of the row. So they had made it home after attending this party. They were there roughly by 1:45 a.m., okay? Now, there are any number of spottings along the way of both Kaylee and Maddie, and they're seen at various locations. Remember also, does anybody know what they shared in common relative to an occupation? What did they do? Anybody know? Mad Greek, right? They worked at the restaurant together. So you're thinking about all of these circumstances surrounding these two environments in which these two pair of people, actually worked in. You're thinking, well, as an investigator, did they have contact with anybody at the restaurant? Was there maybe perhaps a problem that was going on at the Sigma Chi house that had kind of arisen, during the entire process of trying to understand the timeline, because the timeline is monumentally confusing along the way. But we do know that by 1:45, both Kaylee and Maddie had made it back home, and that's important in the sense that you're getting settled down for the night. Now, one thing that was made, a lot of hay was made over the course of the period of time when Maddie and Kaylee were out. They were spotted. We know that they were spotted at a bar, and we know that they were spotted at a food truck. And I think that when investigators retrospectively look back at this, one of the primary people they were thinking about at the time may have had specific knowledge or may have had something to do with the crime itself, was possibly this kind of unidentified, kind of murky person that had dropped them off back at the King Road address. Does everybody recall that? And suddenly, just in a matter of a few days, they kind of eliminated that individual, thinking that, yeah, I don't think that that's what happened. They were able to investigate that individual, talk to them, and kind of exclude them from this group of people. So at that point in time, we have this odd-shaped house that they're all indwelling in. And I've talked to a couple of people. This is something that you see within the context of a college town, where you have these structures that are indwelling. They've been added onto over a period of time. The dynamics, the floor plan, all that stuff. We're going to take a virtual tour of that scene in just a moment. You go through this environment and you begin to think, this is so complex, and the structure itself is so odd when you look at it, because you've got this base level where individuals might enter into, if they have parked their vehicle down there, there's actually a keypadded door. I'll show you in just a second. And then you have this other area up above the house is kind of built into the side of a bank. And then you've got these sliders or sliding glass doors that people can make entry to at that point in time. And so you're thinking, well, in this environment, how would someone know to kind of navigate the complexity of this place? Because it is odd. You've got this area that faces King Road where people could actually walk up. And, one of the things that was kind of put out over this period of time was that this door, the keypad on the door, everyone knew the key to this and knew the key code to the door, and that it was easily accessed. And also, we also have heard over and over and over again that the sliders were not always secured. So you're thinking, well, how could someone get into the structure without being detected? Well, if the doors are never locked, or if the key code is general knowledge, it'd be very easy, and no one is going to be any of the wiser, are they? And the other thing that has kind of bounced around, certainly through the media over this period of time, they have continually used the term party house. This was a location where multiple people would gather, and they could show up at any point in time. You might have strangers in this environment. They would host parties, these sorts of things, and it was kind of a gathering spot. There may have been some calls that had, noise calls that may have come over a period of time. I don't think that there were any major incidences necessarily that, thought that something nefarious was necessarily going on there. But we do know this: it's a college town. These are college kids. They're going to have friends over. They're going to drink. They're going to laugh. They're going to party. They're going to do all the stuff that all of these college students always do all across the nation. So the fact that you might have a stranger that could interject himself into this environment without being noticed or without being seen, perhaps, or recognized, that's certainly a possibility. And I think that the investigators had thought about that as well. Just so that we know, there are 3 levels within the structure. And in the bottom level, there are 2 bedrooms. Only one of these bedrooms was occupied at this particular time when these homicides took place. And you have one subject downstairs. That's Miss Funk, that resided downstairs. Now, we know that she was at home at the time that these homicides took place. That has been verified. So when you enter into this dwelling from this parking pad, that, again, you don't know whether or not that door is regularly secured or who might have had the code to it. You can enter into this area and proceed up the interior staircase that leads to the second floor. And it's when you begin to look at the house, the staircases are on separate landings, so they will be offset from one another. When you enter into the second floor of this dwelling, we have exactly 2 people that live on this floor. Now, in addition to this area that the individuals on the second floor would be living in, we also have a great room, which is where these parties would be hosted, perhaps. Television, couches, kind of set up within this environment. And it's an area where people would gather. But the key here is the fact that immediately adjacent to this is where you can access the back of the house, where this leads off of the landing. There's actually a deck that's back there. You can proceed forward off the deck. You can actually exit out of that door and wind up in this kind of open area that goes away from the home. And what's really key here is that on the backside of this yard, there's a large hedgerow with trees, this sort of thing, and it provides cover. One of the most interesting images that kind of came up during the period of time when they were looking at this case immediately after, we had who I believe were probably FBI crime scene investigators that were back into the wood line, and they were there, and they caught a great image of them kind of hunched over in the wood line, and they're looking out and looking at the house. Well, why would they do this? What was the purpose of them looking at the house from that point in time? Well, here's the reality. When you're in cover like this and you can observe that home, you can see everything from that hedgerow without being seen. You have cover there, and also off in the distance, you can see the light. So that night, as lights went off one by one by one, you could tell where everybody was beginning to settle down in that house, perhaps for the night. They were going to sleep at that point in time. This is what I do know. When you have this multi-storied environment in which these kids are all indwelling, and the fact that it is laid out in such a odd configuration where you can enter on 2 separate floors, the staircases essentially turn back and forth against another. It's an odd layout. So what does that tell us about an individual that may have, in fact, entered into this residence? Anybody want to take a guess? It's not, I mean, if any of us, just put yourself in this position. If any of us in this audience had never seen that home before, would you precisely know where to go if you were looking for someone? I wouldn't. It's one of the most confusing structures that I've come across in a couple of years relative to a standalone dwelling where you have had a multiple homicide committed. So when you make your way into the scene, it's so very highly complex that it would seem to me reasonable as an investigator that an individual that would purpose to commit this kind of carnage in this environment, specifically targeting any individual that is in there, would have to have a familiarity with this environment. Would you agree with that? And so as an individual might be making their way through, you have to try to understand, do they understand where the targets are in this environment? Now, we have been told on a number of occasions that the 2 young ladies that were on the 3rd floor, one of the 2 may very well have been a target, okay? So how do you know where they reside, lay their heads within this environment? Because it's not on the bottom floor, it's not even on the middle floor, it's on the 3rd floor. That means you would have to, if you entered through the parking pad area, you'd have to go up 3 flights of stairs. If you enter through the sliders, you're going through 2 flights of stairs. You make your way up, and if they are in fact a target, you have to know that one of the individuals is no longer in that bedroom. Did they go to that empty bedroom first, open the door, see that it was empty, turn and go to the room where both Kaylee and Maddie were sleeping in the same bed? You begin to have this bubble up in your mind, and you think about how dark this is. You begin to think about that this was highly planned, perhaps. And then you have to be prepared when you enter into this environment to do your worst.
Community is healing.
Was that before they came out that they were not all sleeping?
This was at Crime Con. Joseph Scott Morgan was talking. That's why, and I had it sped up. So,
yeah, I was wondering why he was talking so damn fast, and I saw you slow it down.
Yeah, it was going way too fast, so I slowed it down a little bit. But
when did he give, like, when did he say all this? Because from his verbiage, it sounds like he was like talking as if they were all sleeping.
It was in the summer, wasn't it? It was before the anniversary.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
I think it was like the summer. In regards to that cut, somebody, you put it up on the screen, Dago.
Yeah.
After a month, it should not look fresh unless you have some type of disorder
Infection.
that causes you to heal very slowly. You know what I mean?
Diabetes or something. Yeah.
Yeah, or I mean, like HIV, but I don't think like Brian has that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Any kind of
No, it should be healing it after about in a 4-week period of time. It should definitely be healing and scabbing and things like that. I agree.
And I don't see that. Like, I'm sorry, I've looked at that and I've zoomed in on his hands, and I just, me personally, I don't see that. I see a shadow.
Well, don't you think that, like, during a trial, they're going to, I don't know if the defense would, I'm assuming the defense would bring his doctor up that he went and saw a couple days later to describe.
That is something that has always bothered me because I don't know how your doctor could tell anybody that you were there. That is so against the law.
What's I mean? I don't know. I don't know how
HIPAA and stuff like that prevent certain things. But if it's in regards to like a murder case, I think they have to.
The news?
Not the news, but law enforcement.
But that's what I'm saying. It was the news that came out with that. So if they spoke to like a media outlet, like, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but I would also bring, like, if I was a defense, I'd call up a couple of his students and say, "Did you notice anything?" Because because I saw that long-haired kid that was interviewed, but whoever interviewed him never asked him that question, and I want to know so damn bad if anybody noticed, other than him grading papers harder or whatever the hell they said. I want to know if anybody saw something, because, like I said, these aren't kids going to school for history. These are kids going to school for criminology. So
he shows his whole hand right there. I don't see nothing. I don't know. Maybe
there's a shadow. There's a shadow on his arm at one point that everybody spotted.
Thank you. That's what I see. But
like, it's a cut. Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing there.
No, because you would think if you knew your hand was cut, wouldn't you just hand your license to your dad?
Mm-hmm.
Versus put your whole arm in the sun there.
Hold on.
I mean, listen, if that was me, the officer would have said, "Why does it smell like shit here?" And I would have said, "Because I just shit myself 5 times, dude." And, like, he played it so cool during two traffic stops. Man,
even Detective John said that this something that didn't go. It just didn't work. His knuckle looks like it might be a little bit red. That I saw, but that could be the light too. Hold on.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be from that a month later.
No way. I mean, in a month's time.
Yeah.
I'm diabetic and I heal faster than that. You know what I mean? So I wish he would move this cop would move
it's
his
just
arm.
so confusing why they wouldn't take him right there. Like, what if they pulled him over the second time and his dad had a knife in his chest? You know what I mean? Like, God, doesn't
Jesus, Willie.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, they took a lot of chances with this guy. They let him teach classes. They let him drive across the country, eat at Thai food restaurants. You know,
he likes his dad.
They let him. They gave him a lot of rope.
Especially being in the house with like both his parents and I'm assuming both his sisters. Like, I don't know. I feel like if y'all knew who he was before he went there, like
y'all would have got. But again, I'm conflicted because on one point I don't think they were following him, but then on another hand, I know both those traffic stops were planned because of how they conducted them. They didn't run his plate. They didn't run his. They might have. I don't know when they turned their body cam on, but they definitely didn't run his ID. They took his ID, looked at it, gave it back. I mean, they didn't. They usually go back to the car. You're sitting there, shitting your pants. You're not knowing what the hell they're doing back there.
That's how you can tell that these stops are not normal traffic stops. They didn't do anything like they normally do anywhere.
Thank you.
And
you know what? I've been pulled over like that though. But I mean, granted, I'm a girl and I'm cute, so it's like maybe
twice in a row.
Like, not. I've been pulled over twice in one night by the same cop, but it wasn't within like 15, 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
Yep, I have too, and it has been within 30 minutes. And the same. I showed them my
Diego.
license. They didn't go and do a check or anything. They just handed it back.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'm in Australia, not over there.
Right. What's
That's
up, Blue?
wild.
Oh, nothing.
You said
Sorry.
Dave. Oh, I thought you were trying to ask me a question. No?
Well, and so I can't. I'll have to. I'm not going back to listen to that. Never mind. I'm not doing that. But I couldn't remember if Know It All said that there was something weird about this, or it wasn't.
Yeah. No, he did. He said
planned.
it. He said that this was bullshit to him when they said that it wasn't.
Okay.
I asked him directly. Remember?
Yeah.
And I see that right there. The way they're looking at that ID thing. That was something that got me with this.
Because he tilted to the camera.
Thank you.
Because my question is, why not take him right there and get his DNA? Like, why?
That is DNA, right?
Why are you sneaking up? Like, yeah, like they could have got away from his ID.
That's DNA right there. I mean, it's. I don't know.
But I don't think they could without a warrant, though. So they might have gotten in trouble for taking his ID here. That's why they had to get it from the trash, because that's considered not their possession anymore. Is that true?
Sleuthy said that he became a suspect on 12/19 when they got the IGG back, but they were looking at him before that. We know that, and I think that's what Willie's talking about.
That's what I think too. I think that they weren't looking at him until that IGG, because it takes 4 to 6 weeks, and if you look at the timing, like y'all knew his name on 11/29, but you don't do nothing in regards to him. And I honestly want to say it might be before 12/29, because they requested the cell phone records on like 12/27.
12/19.
That's what I mean. So how do they know that he wasn't planning to stab his whole class? How do they know?
They don't.
Well, they don't. That's a chance they had to take to make sure that they have the right person, I guess.
Well, I think the scarier part is why I hope you did have someone watching him.
Yeah.
Especially considering the sister of one of the victims went to his school.
Right. I mean, I'm guessing that they did. That's what I think part of these stops is about.
So they're watching them. They're doing all this shit, but yet they don't bring him in one time for questioning
or get DNA.
I mean, they could have. Yeah. Well, again, to get DNA. Well, that's what we were talking about before. If they were following him back in Idaho, how many times did he throw out his trash? How many times did he go out to eat? How many times? You know what I mean? Like, why are you getting his dad's trash DNA? Like, why aren't you getting his DNA from his trash in Idaho?
And if you didn't need a warrant to take the DNA from the guy who threw out a cigarette. Anytime someone throws something away, it's fair game for the FBI. You know what I mean? So why not get, if y'all were serious about him in Idaho, y'all could have had his DNA. I mean, I know the boy ate. I know he drank. He couldn't stay alive a month if he didn't.
Right.
It's just all. Again, if it all doesn't make sense to us and it's confusing to us, like I just can't imagine how it's just supposed to make 100% sense to a jury that they're not going to have these same questions we have, even if they have a little bit more on him. And I mean, there's still a lot of questions. I mean, the first question I bring up during deliberation is, what are we going to do about these other 3 DNA? What are we, are we just going to look away from them, or what are we doing?
Yeah.
Because again, even if it's not somebody that was involved or only involved and not Brian, what if it was somebody that helped Brian and they didn't even bother to build a tree to see, who might have helped them? Weird.
That I agree with.
So, hold on.
Yep.
So they got the warrant for the cell phones on 12/23. The IGG came back on 12/19. So what's the need if they weren't taking him seriously, right? If that's the train of thought we're going down right now, he wasn't really considered suspicious until the IGG came back. What's the reason for the stops in Indiana?
Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And then they lost them. So, Yeah, I don't know. Was it to see if it was really him? To see if his dad was still alive? I don't know.
Like she said, they took him seriously on the 19th. I get that. That's kind of what I was thinking too.
He's a bad driver.
Well, if you watch he wasn't really tailgating. Like they pulled. I mean, that was a bullshit reason to pull him over.
They had to have a reason that made some kind of sense.
That's what I mean. Like, you can pull him over, but I don't think that's anybody in a regular situation is pulling somebody over like that in a tailgating for tailgating.
Was it the same reason twice? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Okay, just so you guys know, that is a shadow. That is not a scratch. Anything. That's a shadow.
Yeah, it's where like what is it, Ona?
Yeah, the Ona side of your arm. Thank you. And you look at his hands; they do look red, but he's fair skinned, and he could just be OCD. That's an overwasher. If you know what that means. The Ona, isn't it, on the side there?
I was thinking the Ona was on the side of the thumb. I thought it was maybe radial, but I'm
the radial is
I flipped them.
It's okay. It's okay. And that's the other thing. Sleuthy's saying he had out-of-state plates. It's why he got pulled over in Idaho and Washington too. Right. I feel like this was planned. These two, because they were so weird.
That's what I mean, especially when they were like, "Oh, where are you going?" He's like, "Oh, we're going to get." Like, if you're suspicious of these people, this person, go back and run his ID.
We're going to get Thai food. And I thought that was weird too. We're going to get Thai food. What? You're driving from Idaho to get Thai food?
And then they bring up a mass shooting and shit. I mean, to me, there was enough suspicion there to at least go back to your car and run his name.
Really? I kind of feel like, I've
what
said this
pulling
before.
Over for anyway?
Like,
what's the reason of pulling him over?
Listen, I've said this before. Like, my dad is sitting right there in that passenger seat. Like, he would be talking about guitars, boats.
Oh, you're talking about No, I didn't. No, I don't think his dad said anything weird.
But I'm saying both of them, right? It just seems like a conversation that's being driven by someone who's in their upper years. You know what I mean? A stranger, let me talk. Like, like that's just how I see that.
Well, that's why I said,
because,
like Mike, his Brian's old friend, told me that Brian's dad was, he was always talkative and bought him pizza all the time and would goof around with them and shit. So he wasn't like a quiet dude.
I mean, really, don't play. They might be high as hell.
Who?
Them two in that car.
They look.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
And just nervous talking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want you to see that I'm messed up.
Yeah, they do look.
You mean like smoking a J or something?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, guys, how many people get? Oh, go ahead, Cletus. What'd you say, bud?
I said, yeah. Well, considering, I mean, it's just a still shot and sitting here thinking about it and thinking about they were talking about Thai food and then scrolling off about this thing they just heard about. And it's like, what sense does that make? And it's like, well, if you're riding down the highway high as fuck, you might actually do.
Yeah.
So, well, I wonder if Brian got a text message like saying, like, shoot. I don't know. Like, how would you know what I mean? Like, were all the kids alerted or something?
They got the it's like a vandal alert for Washington when that whole thing was going on with Brent. So that's how they knew about that.
Right.
So that's how that came to be. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely. They were.
Yeah. Well, and then that's why I don't blame. Like I said before, I don't blame anybody now for if they want to try to make the connection with the Brent situation in this, because to be honest, it seems like they were on his ass right after that happened. So, yeah, I mean, if anybody has opinion about that, I don't think they deserve to be like put down like everybody has been, because if you think about it, it's a possibility that they went through Brent's phone, found something that had to do with Brian, and that's why they were on his ass. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it happened, but they would explain his phone being wiped clean.
The situation with this stop with these cops, you got to think about this. It's not just about Brian being cool, but like his dad plays it cool, right? So I know I've heard speculation like maybe his dad knew what he did, blah blah. If he did,
or
like that's a stone cold person to be like that in front of the police, knowing you're riding with him.
Or he told his dad part of it and said, "Hey, this happened, and I think they might be looking at me because I have a white Elantra. So therefore, he could have put that in his dad's head that way too. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That
and like
could be.
and like Jesse said, at this point in time, when he's driving, I mean, right now, when he's talking to this cop, he's employed at the university.
Right.
Yeah, still.
Because he said, I actually do work there.
So they didn't fire him, and he snapped and went and did this to 4 people.
Right. Thank
Because
you,
that's what people
Willie.
are saying.
Yeah, that's not how that happened either. Right. Just saying.
And unless they met him in a Zoom meeting, then whatever that WSU woman wrote is a lie, because she says we met with you. Or
Yeah,
at the fired in the meeting or something. So unless they were on a Zoom, like, she's a liar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So is my butt.
How did
Not
you
like
lie?
not me. I mean, like the coroner too.
That's a good point, Jennifer. Good point.
That was a good joke, Willie. That was really good, actually.
Whatever. You guys are a mess.
But you know what I'm talking about, dude. I mean, you saw her interview, whatever the hell you want to call that, whatever she did, interview or questioning, whatever the coroner took.
Right. That's what Sleuthie said, that people believe that based off the letter that we never saw. That's true. That's true. Let me play this here and see if it makes any difference.
"30 minutes. State police told us they pulled him over in Hancock County on December 15th for following a semi too closely on I-70. And in the body cam video just released, you can hear a quick exchange about Hancock County deputies pulling him over just minutes before."
You got stopped by a trooper? We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Okay. All right. Well, I'm not going to give you guys another ticket or warning if you just got stopped. Just make sure you give yourself plenty of room, okay?
Okay, so in all, the stop by state police only lasts about 2 minutes before the suspect is given the all clear. 30 minutes. State police told us they pulled him over in Hancock County on December 15th for following a semi too closely on I-70. And in the body cam video,
there's nothing on either one of his hands, you guys. In my opinion, nothing that I can see that even remotely looks like a scratch, something that's healing, anything. I mean, I'm just saying.
No, I'm with you.
I went back and analyzed these a long time ago, and I'm like, there's nothing there. At one point, I thought maybe that was, until we cleaned it up and zoomed it in and did all that fun stuff, and it was just the shadow of your wrist. That's all it is, because of the light, the way the light's blowing.
You see the same thing on his knuckle up top. So I mean,
yeah, right there. That was the one thing I thought maybe in the same scenario. So none of it.
But it shouldn't look like that after a month. Like,
no. If it was bad, it would still look more like a cut or something, and it's not. When you cleaned it up, it's just shadows. That's all it was. So this was December, or I'm sorry,
the 15th, wasn't it?
Yeah, December 15th when these were stopped for. So, and he was picked up, or that was literally a month and a day after the scenario happened. So there's nothing on his face at all. The only thing that he ever showed up was when he went to court, he had that little mark there. It looked like a shaving mark. You know what I'm saying? I've had them. It's hard to know, black eyes. And I'm telling you, I can envision Xana fighting for her life.
And Ethan.
And yeah, well, and Ethan too, and Kaylee for that matter. There's no black bruising,
The
no
dude's
nothing.
6'4", man. You can't. Nobody's gonna make me believe he didn't get a strike in or something. He's 6'4".
There's no bruising, no yellowing, no purple marks, no green marks after the old bruises. Nothing. I don't see anything. And it's hard to believe that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would love to see pictures of anybody else that got some severe bruising
But
and
yeah,
cut.
like the more and more cases I watch, they go like past cases on Explore With Us or that chapter. The more and more I lean towards they got the wrong guy, because I mean, even a guy who attacked one woman, he had scratches like everywhere. I mean, and there was so much blood, so much transfer, like out of the house, around the rooms. I mean, so much, dude. And that's where it's like, did he clean himself off before he left Maddie's and Kaylee's room to go downstairs? And then
what time did he have? 9 minutes? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I can't. I know people get on me about this, but I just can't go with. You went in, you did this to poor people, you cleaned up and left no tracks, no marks, no nothing, no trails. You didn't take any DNA with you in 9 minutes. How? That's all I'm saying.
So
That's what I mean. And then I have to bring it back to 3 minutes of Dago, because if they're going to bring up the distorted audio of the dog barking, thumps, and all kinds of shit, that means that he's still in the act of doing this at 4:17.
Yeah.
So I can say this much. Upstairs, I don't think there's a high probability that you're going to get any like Kool-Aid on your shoes. They're in the bed. It's going to be sopped up by the mattress. The only opportunity, in my opinion, would have been in Xana's room, especially knowing that she was on the floor. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm going to venture to say that with Maddie, whoever did this was leaning over her in a sense. The only thing I have issue with is I still feel like Kaylee was in her own room and came into the situation. If that's the case and she was fighting, then there should be something somewhere. And you said that they did take
that wall.
They took a piece of the wall, and I'm going to guess that's why. Okay.
Yeah, because if you walk in the door, the door would swing open.
Yeah.
And it's the section of the wall behind the door. And I'm like, why would you have to take that if they were both in the bed?
Well, and that's what I'm thinking, that she came in, the door got pushed shut, and they were in that corner behind the door, wrestling around or whatever. And that's where that happened, which is probably why they took that. Like I said, they took that piece because it's got DNA all over it, I'm sure.
And what's crazy is not one of his mask straps broke.
None of it, dude. That's what doesn't make any sense.
So we don't. I'm going to say this again. I know I sound crazy, but we don't know that he wore the mask while he was doing it.
That's true too. That's
and
true.
We don't know who she saw was who did it.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true too. These are good points, guys. That's why we do this once again.
Oh, was I wrong? Is Ethan 6'4"? I see. Somebody said something.
I think he's over 6 feet.
Okay, I thought it said Ethan was 6'4".
That sounds
6'3" or 6'4". I thought.
Yeah. But Brian's like 6'2". I spoke to like a couple of people, and they said he was tall. He wasn't no 6 foot, 5'10", 5'11", like people think he is. I mean, look at every single picture or the video of him walking next to the police officers. He's taller than 90% of them.
Yeah.
He's big guy. For sure. Thank you, Bombshell. I'll be looking for that to pull that up. And yeah, I agreed with that too. Beth, very much so.
No, Carolyn.
And Beth said he was 6'4". Okay. What is this, Nelly? See, this is a problem for me. How did one person take out Dana who was awake and also Ethan? That's a problem for all of us, I think. Luthi says we don't know what he wore. Did he wear a black tank top, black shorts, black t-shirt, and black sweatpants, black hoodie, black jeans? We have zero clue. Just clad in black, trash bags. Very good point. Good, huge point. He could have been covered with trash bags and tore them all off after the fact too.
Yeah. But like we also said, how can she be 100% certain that, number one, it was a guy, and two, the first thing of any missing person, or when the cops describe something, is somebody's race, and it doesn't have his race in the PCA of what color this guy is. So we don't know what color this dude is. We don't know if it's a guy or girl. How does she know this? How does she know it's a guy or a girl, but yet not see enough to know what color this person is?
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hold on, guys. I'm looking for something in chat real quick. Give me a second here. Toilet flushing. I hear it going down. I don't see it, SRB. I don't see it. If you can hear me, dear. Hold on.
No, Dylan's account was definitely written by somebody in law enforcement, but I still think that, she described kind of in layman's terms what she saw, and then they put those big words in, like clad and all that.
Right. Hey, okay, guys, look, anybody that's in here, if you're in here, you're in here. You're not in here hiding in here, okay? So if you think you need to block the mods or anybody else from seeing you, then you shouldn't be in here. What that means is get the hell out if you're not going to show yourself, okay? Because I don't play those games, and I don't want, you're not going to come in here making comments so that only specific people can see you. That doesn't work that way. So
that's pretty good.
It's what it is. So, oh, I see you, Beth. It wasn't you I was talking to, hon. Don't worry about it.
You can do that?
Oh yeah, you can block other people so they can't. You can block the mods so that they don't see you. So on and so forth. So whatever
I never blocked a single soul, dude.
Oh no, I get it. Whatever game you're playing, whoever you are, stop playing it, okay? Because we don't play like that in here. You can take a hike and go find one of them other channels that likes to do that, because I don't do that. Not trying to be rude, I'm just being real. That's all. No. I don't see that person, Nelly. And I don't know why Carolyn, because I could see everything Carolyn's posting. She's always in here.
All right, Dayo, I'm gonna jump down, get me something to eat.
Always leaving me to go eat. I get it.
Are you going live later?
Yeah, probably.
Word.
Me? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, let me go look at the comment here real quick, and then I will figure it out. But yeah, that's fine.
See you later.
Thank you guys for jumping up here.
Have a good night. See you, fiance, too.
See you.
Bye.
Or Cletus.
Oh, that person, oh my God. That's something from a long time ago. Somebody thinks they're being funny with. Nelson, I know who that name is too. Brandy, they're using a last name, Dandridge. That's coming from Guest Mob stuff, so just ignore it. Don't let us catch you, though. That's all I got to say, Mr. Dandridge. Don't let us catch you. All good. Anyway, I got it, though. Thank you, guys. It's all good. Yeah, we don't play hide and seek in here. No suitcases in here either.
Oh, I love you too.
Gotta love it, right?
That's right.
Right, I gotta head out. I gotta go and feed my horses, love.
Yes, ma'am.
Down by now.
Have a good night.
Always wonderful to have you, Lisa. Always wonderful. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for having me up here.
Always. And just so you know, we are going to be trying to look into that other case to help you out on that end. That you had talked to Wisdom about.
Luke's case.
The name slips me right now. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, because I want to push that out for his parents.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Sherry got pretty sad about it, and that makes me sad. And if you're serious about it, then I know it's a real deal. So we're going to be doing it best we can do. So we'll be getting together on that.
So
okay.
Much. I appreciate that.
Always. Thank you once again.
I was just going through his Facebook while I was sitting up here with you.
Okay. Gotcha.
And forgetting that it is now 9:14 a.m. here, and my horses should have been fed at 8:30 a.m. So the feds is down. But thank you, everybody. Love and light to each and everyone. Love you all. Take care.
Good night.
Same to you. Thank you. We love you. All right.
And then there was 2. Hello?
All right. Thank you again, everybody that jumped up today for that. And like I said, there is a lot of questions that we can't answer, guys. And we're not going to be able to answer until the trial, unfortunately. Unless something, blows up huge, which I don't think. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, unless something obviously new comes out, but I don't see anything.
Well, that's what I mean. If something blows up, something big happens, and I'm going to check again. I always do. For anything, just to make sure.
Oh, and I would just want to make one thing clear, and I'm going to tell you, Dago, just so it's on, it's out there and it's on live. I have a medical card for cannabis. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I knew that already. What?
I just have to put that out there because the bullshit.
I get it. I got you now, but I knew that, and it's nobody's business anyway, dude. But I get it.
Oh, I know, but people want to start, saying crazy shit, and I was just making a statement to you that I got my medical card through the state legally. Yada.
Absolutely, he does. I knew about that a while ago, but it's all good. People are just nosy and ignorant. That's all.
Yes, they are.
That's all it is. But there are no new documents as of yet. Like I said, guys, this is going to end up being the last Idaho stream for a while. Like I said, until anything new comes out or something big happens, if it happens. Of course, I'm going to keep up with anything that anytime anything happens, any documents drop, anything like that. I'll keep up with that as always.
When are you going to start looking into the Karen Reed case?
I knew you were going to ask me that again. I didn't get off in the beginning. If you guys want me to go in Karen Reed, we'll look at Karen Reed because it's definitely questionable all the way around. So yeah, you guys let me know. Leave it in the comment section. Leave it in the community page. If you want to talk about a specific case, guys, just tell me. Just tell me. And if enough of you guys do it, we'll go back to the beginning, start with that, and I'll catch you all up to what's going on in the crazy ass Karen Reed case because it's insane. There's a lot to that. It's way out there, guys. It definitely needs looked at. So if you
want a lot in that case,
put it in the community page. I'm even going to leave a community post here after this, and I'm going to ask that question for you guys. Okay, if you want that case, you tell me, and we'll do it. I have a whole team of people that have no problem jumping up and starting to look things up on this and going at it. They always do very well with that. So, also, I'm looking at Savannah Soto's case, but as I said last night, I'm kind of handling that with kid gloves a little because it's a little touchy for reasons.
Which one is she?
That was the one with the girl and her boyfriend that were found in the car deceased, and she was pregnant. It's a little touchy. There's reasons. I'm not going to get
whatever happened with that girl that put her newborn child in the trash can at the hospital? Did anybody know? Did anything ever come of that? Like, did she get charged?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but I never heard of that one.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
Oh yeah, her mom. Yeah, she was 18 and she went to the hospital and she didn't tell anybody she was pregnant, I guess, and then.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember what you're talking about because we watched a little video on that.
Yeah, but then I heard they were suing the hospital because they've given her medicine or I don't know.
They allowed her to be alone. They left her alone to do whatever she was doing. Then they showed the clips of the hospital cam down the hallway and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember that now. I don't know. I haven't heard anything else about that.
That's what I mean. That's why I'm trying to, because I mean, people were talking about, it and all of a sudden it just went away.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they've handled it. I'll have to go back and look that up. Thank you for reminding me. What's up, Tommy? Good to see you, buddy. What was her name? God, it's gonna drive me nuts now. You're gonna make me go look for that.
No clue. That's who I thought you were talking about.
There's quite a few cases out there that need attention, folks. They really do. Kimberly Singulaire, that case, she is caught, but it's still crazy what happened with that one. She unalived her children, said there was a burglary. It never happened. It's all over custody issues and stuff like that. It's really crazy. And then she took off, and I believe she was caught in the UK somewhere.
And what was up with so I don't know if you know about the case, but I'm sure other people do. Was this gypsy lady that they let out of jail or let go? Do people think she's involved, or do they think she should have been let go, or like what was up with that?
I covered that, the original story. There was a movie made, 2 movies made about that I know of.
Oh, really?
She was definitely involved in what happened. Hey, Reverend Cynthia, her mother terrorized her whole life and like made her have surgeries and medications and all sorts of crazy shit. And there was nothing wrong with this girl at all. She had her age difference like off by 5, 6, 7 years. It was crazy. She was treating her like she was 16 when she was like 21 years old. I mean, the Blanchard, yeah, she's guilty as hell. She knew what happened, but I this is so hard to say. She knew what was going on with the boyfriend and all that, but I mean, I could almost claim that as, reason of insanity scenario because of what her mother did to her. It's called Munchausen's by proxy, is what she suffered from because of her mother.
Okay.
The creature I was married to before my wife was the same type of person. She was constantly giving my kids medications when there was nothing wrong with them. Allergy meds for this and cold meds for that and this med for this. And there was nothing wrong with them that they needed it. Thank God that's why I got custody of my kids. But it's a thing. The mother thought that the mother wanted the attention that she got from her child being sick, basically, and had to be that caregiver and was doing my ex wasn't as bad as that, but it was still bad enough. This girl went and had colostomy bags put in and crazy things like that, like massive surgeries done and all this kind of stuff. Was in a wheelchair and
Jesus.
Chemo type things she was talking about and all sorts of stuff. It was her mother was completely out of her mind. And
so I'm guessing that case happened a while ago.
Oh, it was a long time ago. Yeah, quite a while ago.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know anything. I just saw that somebody was let out, or
yeah. If you go back and look at my videos, I did a series for a while where I was doing Hollywood movies based on true crime, true stories, and I covered both those cases. And they're actually looking at the mother was actually looked at as possibly being involved in her own mother's death, which was supposedly natural causes because she had health problems. But said that the mother, who Gypsy and her boyfriend unalived, may have been part of the reason why the grandmother died too. So it's a whole thing. It's interesting to go look at though. If you want to go check out those videos, guys, they're still up. Go check them out, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look into it because, like I said, I never really heard about the case. Oh, let me ask you a question. Did you see that video of the Elantra driving by the house as it was being demolished?
The green one? Yeah, we did that. We did that yesterday. I see you come in.
Was it green or was it the lighting?
It's green. It's definitely green. But I was saying earlier in the show today that looks, because of that green color, we can look it up and find out. That green color looks to me like a wrap. It doesn't look like a factory color on that car. So we don't know. There's no front plate on there, and a lot of people made a big deal about it. It was weird to watch it creep by.
Yeah, and I would it's like slowed down.
I'm not real suspicious of it. That's all. But
that was just interesting.
Yeah. Trace evidence. What's that say? Experts say that trace evidence is always introduced into the crime scene, and trace evidence is always taken out of the crime. That's a good point. Thank you, Tara. Okay, you guys. Yeah, let me pull these emails before we shut anything down because I got a couple emails that came in about what we've been talking about and stuff. Okay, I got yours, Annie. Thank you, and Molly. I got that one. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Judgmental. This is what we were talking about with that.
What do you respond better to, text or email?
What'd you just say?
I said, what do you respond better to, text or email?
Both, unless I'm like busy and I don't hear my phone half the time. I saw a couple missed texts from you, so I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's all good. I mean, if you're more prone to email, I'll shoot you an email.
Well, as far as when I show stuff on here,
Mhm.
it's better with email because I can just grab it and throw it in here. Text, I can't do that with. So,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
but yeah, but this is the car. I'm guessing it looks just like it. The color. Plymouth Rock Assurance Group station was the green Elantra front plate seen driving by during demolition by the plant services. Okay, gotcha.
So it is green.
Yep, it's green as green as green. Maybe it is a natural color then, or factory color. I mean,
huh.
Interesting. Fan body door panel. It is definitely an Elantra.
Who made this that you're looking at?
This came from Judgmental sent me. It's not the actual car. Yeah, it's not the actual car. It's the same model and color though.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw it didn't have a front license plate.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no plate there.
But again, at nighttime, you can't really tell colors of cars. So,
well, here's the thing though: if a car is white,
white.
Even in the dark, you're gonna notice the tint difference. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be
the contrast.
Yeah, not to say that this wasn't painted or isn't painted or isn't not. I mean, it's a car, guys. That's all. It never really drew a lot of suspicion to me. I just thought it was a little creepy how it kind of crept along through that scenario there when they were doing the demo. That's all.
Well, like I said, I thought it was off until I thought somebody said that they stopped and talked to somebody there or something, and then I was like, oh, okay. Spoke to one of those guys that were on the site.
Gotcha. Resent the. See, I don't think you got it, and I sent it the first. Oh, thank you, Molly. I did get it though. I have it. I had just stated I saw that, but it was the same as the other. Let me see something here real quick. Let me back up.
Yeah, I was in last night, but dude, I fell asleep like 5 minutes after I came in.
No, it's all good.
I was shot. This should catch up to you, man. Like staying up and sleep.
Oh, yeah, I get it. I had to run late yesterday because I had a bunch of stuff going on, and because I didn't even know I was able to do this yet until like 1 a.m. I got the email and I was unblocked from it or unbanned.
Hey, what happened? Did you were in YouTube jail or something?
Basically, yeah. I was supposed to be in for a week or out for a week.
For what?
Because
copyright shit.
No, it wasn't a copyright at all. I got for something that they said that I'm not gonna say it. Something we're not allowed to say on YouTube was said in my stream. We didn't find it. We went and looked. Me and the mods went and looked for it. It wasn't in there, so I appealed it. And then the appeal, it said it takes like 72 hours. It came through.
That's cool.
Or last, thank God, because otherwise I'd have been down for 7 days. Thank you, Molly.
So they actually look at all the lives and shit like that.
Not normally. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, somebody.
That was a weird thing. Yeah, it's not normally. And I was quite surprised about that. Hold on, Molly. I'll put this up real quick.
I bet. I was wondering where you were.
Well, so I was in Discord that night at midnight with Molly and Sherry, and I was like, hold on a minute. I went to check the email again, and there it was. And I was like, holy shit. It was like a kid getting his first Transformer at 5 years old. You know what I mean? I was excited. And then next day I had a bunch of things that I had planned because I wasn't planning on being able to go live. Yeah, there it is back there. And so I had to do those things first, and then I was able to do it last night, and I may do it again tonight. So I may be back here tonight. Although Tommy had mentioned having me come over there tonight, so I may be over there as well. Either way, I will be around somewhere.
So that person got out of the car, actually. Huh.
I think somebody walked over from over here to talk to that person. They knelt down to talk to that person.
We'll rewind a little bit. Looked like he got in the car.
All right, let me see.
Well, go further back. See right there. Does he open? So he opens the door.
Kind of squats down to talk to him.
Oh, okay. I see him now. So he's just talking to the dude.
Like I said, I don't get anything from this.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense why somebody trying to not be sitting there talking to somebody like that.
Absolutely.
Like I said, I thought it was white. I thought it was just the video hue or whatever. But now that I know it's green, then yeah,
right,
whatever.
Absolutely.
It's a common car, so.
Oh my God, it's beyond common. And I tell you right now, even here where I live at, he was in here, Lens. He's sitting here somewhere. I've seen more Elantras that I didn't even know were Elantras that are like just right around my house. It's crazy. So thank you, Molly, for that. Yeah, those walls are very thin. That's true too, Nelly.
Yeah, that's what I noticed as they were ripping it down.
Yeah,
paper thin.
100%. Does anybody else have any? Do you have any other questions or issues or anything you want to talk about, Willie?
Yeah, actually, I do. Because I kind of, I already said what happened, like with my daughter's mother and shit. Well,
yeah.
It was officially filed 2 days ago, and
okay.
Yeah, and I was able. Now I'm not on it because, again, we weren't married, so it's basically like her parents, my daughter, because that's like in a wrongful death suit, only like certain people are able to. Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, man, I found out a lot of information that makes this like fishy as hell, dude. Like bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it turns out there was not. Yeah, it turns out that because it happened in jail, it turns out they didn't have one female guard on duty for 6 hours. 6 hours. They didn't have anybody in a pod in the jail.
That's weird. That's really weird.
And a male did like 5 checks or something like that and said she was in her room every time, but in reality, she was hanging for 3 hours, dude. She was hanging for 3 hours.
They weren't
before
They didn't check.
They didn't check shit.
No. That's what that tells me. I mean, dude, if you want, I got your back. I told you we can look into this if you want to and pull it up.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, like I said, I didn't know the details until 2 days ago because I just got the investigation report and I don't know what you call everything, but like the lawyer it just got filed. So, yeah, like all this, like all the questions they asked the COs and stuff like that, and them saying that they checked, and so apparently she attempted it,
and they stopped it.
Was unsuccessful. No, she attempted it, was unsuccessful. Walked back into her room, then walked back into the shower area, and then I guess attempted it again. But the issues I'm having is there's bruising
that doesn't work that way. Right there, bro. Stop right there. That if she attempted it, she was in a county jail, right?
Yeah.
If she attempted it, that's when she is automatically put on lockdown, and they put her on suicide watch, and she's got to wear the special things on her, and she's watched by multiple guards at that point. She's on camera at all times. That's how that works here. Okay.
And what they're saying is, dude, is she fell on her face, and that's why her face is bloody, and her arms are bruised, and her legs are bruised. And it all doesn't make sense, bro. Like,
I'm telling you, dude, if you want to, let's get together. We'll do a deep dive on it. That ain't right. That's your
no, man. And here's the craziest part, Dago. The craziest part of this is when I was reading that I don't know what you call it, paperwork, and I saw the name of the male guard that supposedly checked on her.
Okay.
I graduated with him, and I hit him right up.
Okay.
And he was only there for a year and a half. Or no, he said he left a year and a half ago, which is right around like a year and a half, 2 years ago, which is right around the time. And I was trying to like ask him questions without like, you know, like him knowing, because I guess he didn't know like we were together or like the whole situation. And I got him to tell me like, you know, the jail was all, you know, 100% understaffed, like a whole bunch of stuff. So he started like telling me about like how shitty that jail is, because I wasn't trying to like accuse him because it would have scared him away. You know what I mean? So little by little, I'm just trying to get like, you know, stuff out of him, because apparently he's the one that checked all the rooms 5 times in a female pod, which
you
really
should
doesn't
have.
make any sense.
There should be some female COs in there for like body checks and stuff like that. They have to have that available.
Well,
That's weird.
Well, they said from like 12:30 to 6:30 that there wasn't one female guard, and that's why, like I said, everybody had 6 hours to do whatever the hell they wanted, I guess, because they didn't find her until like 6:30 in the morning. So
right, and
she wasn't even. And here's the kicker: she wasn't even found by a CO. She was found by inmates that then ran to the bubble or door, I forget what they called it, and started banging on it. You know, telling them that somebody's in the shower room. So I'm like, what the? So there's a lot of stuff, man.
What Doodle just said is true. They even did that to, I can't remember who else, but they'll put him in a turtle suit, and it looks like a turtle shell. That's why they call it that. And on 24-hour watch, if she attempted it once, especially even if she even mentions it or even remotely thinks about it, they put him on that watch, period. And sometimes it's longer than 24 hours. And then she should have been monitoring, getting the officers
Well, to
on
me,
duty.
how are they not watching at least a monitor to see a girl walking back to her pod bleeding all over? You know, like that doesn't make sense.
Why was she in the shower by herself too? That's the other problem. Okay.
Yeah.
And bed checks are every 2 hours. That's true. That's something's bad with that, dude. Like I said, I got your back. I told you that before. With anything you need, just like I had it before.
Yeah, I appreciate it. But like I said, before I just thought, I thought she just, did it. I didn't know the details, and a lawyer's going after wrongful death and shit. I just found out a couple days ago. So
yeah, if you have the discovery, we can go through that. We can look at everything. We can talk
absolutely,
about it.
Man.
All that, dude. I got your back, 100%, bro.
Awesome,
Always.
man. Yeah, because like I said, I wasn't skeptical at first, but now it's like none of it adds up.
It doesn't sound right. You're right.
And her mom, her mom is the one that's I'm in communication with. I'm in communication with her mom and dad all the time, but her mom is the one that's like, dealing with the lawyer, and she's crushed, dude. Like she's reading this and she's like asking me questions if I can, I'm like, I just feel so bad, dude, because
right.
Oh man,
get it. I'll dedicate a couple shows to just that if you want to. We can open it up, or you can go do it on your channel, and I'll help you there. Whatever you want to do, brother. I got it with you, 100%.
I appreciate it. I was just bringing it up because, like I said, I just read it all the other day, and I was just taken back by it all.
If you want to get the information to get, you have Discovery. We can get.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got everything.
Some things, and we can go from there. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool because, like I said, right now it's just a civil case, but I think that there's other players that are involved, and
there's something not right with it.
Obviously something's not right. If there's bruising all over her, bloody face, yet she hung herself. That, right there is.
Sounds like somebody got at her. That's what it sounds like to me. Like she was beat down. That's bad. I'm sorry to say it like that, but that's
I can email you everything, and then it doesn't have to again. There's no rush or anything. I just want somebody else to look at it that can maybe see something that maybe I'm not seeing.
And I have a team of people that they know what they're looking at. They'll know what they're looking for, and we'll go through what we got to go through, dude, and find what we can find on it. I'll call people if I have to. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's 2 or 3 people that the attorney has tried reaching out to that have basically told them like they're not talking to him. So there's names in the paperwork of people that refuse to answer any questions, and I find that odd.
There it is. Yep, she already said it. There's Molly. She's on top of it already. She's one of the best of my researchers right there. She'll find out anything you want to know. So
yeah, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, I'll email. I can email everything over to you.
Okay, sounds like a plan. We'll get working on it too. Because like I said, sometimes when we have nothing to do at night, we go into the Discord and that's what we do. So
yeah. Like I said, there's no rush. It's just like I said, I know you guys are really good at seeing shit that maybe I can't see or whatever. Absolutely. I appreciate that, man.
Always, brother. You know that. Always.
So you're gonna be over in Clues and what's his name's later?
Yeah.
Tyler?
Yeah. Absolutely. Both sides or both places, however it works out, but I will be there. Cool. Are you planning on going over there too?
Yeah, if I make it. I don't know what time she's planning on going live, but I'm gonna try to get over to Tommy's because every time I try to go over there, I fall asleep or something happens, dude. I feel bad.
I think he said 7, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's perfect.
Oh, it should be about right. But yeah, we'll see you over that way. I appreciate you, brother. Always. Thank you for jumping
Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'll email you all that and I'll see you later on then.
Sounds good, bro. Have a great
all right,
rest
buddy,
of your
man. You too, man. Happy New Year again.
You too, bro.
All right, brother.
Bye. Yeah, absolutely, Molly. We'll get something going on that for sure, because that's just definitely wrong, and I feel really bad about that whole situation. So we definitely need to look into that. And anybody else that's on the team back in there that likes to do that stuff, we'll get together with it and start messing around with it the best we can. Everybody else, guys, thank you so much for being here today. We had a full house as always, a great show. There was a couple things that were a little off to me today with that. That was my fault because I guess some pieces of that info weren't right. And guys, please understand, misinformation is a big problem and it's a real thing. And it has been throughout this whole case. And we are trying our very best to stay away from that. As you saw, Eddie put it out there today. I put it out there today. Salty put it out there. Wisdom puts it out there. We try to keep things on the straight and narrow as much as we can. As you see, it's so easy to bounce off that track and start going this direction with something. We don't want that because there's enough of that. We're trying to keep this as real as we can. And I appreciate all of you guys for trying to do that as well. Thank you, Tammy, very much. I appreciate that. And so are you. And everybody in here, you guys always have great questions, great insight, great info, guys. I appreciate it all from all of you. And I appreciate everybody that jumps in today. Again, Clue and Willie, Miss Lisa, Jackie Young, and Erica. Thank you guys for jumping on panel, expressing yourselves today. I appreciate that very much, as always. Like I said, guys, I will be over between Tommy and Clues tonight. Depending on how late those go, I may be here again. If it's too late, then I won't be back here, but I'll be there. So I'd love to see all of you guys over in that direction, wherever you choose to go. I'd always love to see you guys everywhere. So again, guys, thank you so very much for doing what you do, for being who you are and just being you. Don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other. And again, guys, don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people. You have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day, guys. I will see you so very soon. Bye-bye.